Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Main shot. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon, evening. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you, Erin Patton, for being in the SandBox. I super appreciate it. As my imposed on now unofficial producer, can you please give me a thumbs up to let me know that you can see and hear me okay? I've run into that problem way too many times. I like to get some, hello, John Litham. I like to get some, oh, fuck, what's the word? Confirmation? That's not the word, but you know what I'm going for. You know what I'm going for. It's going to be a long live stream. I like to get reassurance. That's it. I need to get reassurance that everything is going all right. Anyway, welcome. Yes, it has been a long week for me anyway. I don't know about you all. I had some bad news that led to some good news, and then more bad news. So. Such is the way of the world. Make sure that I'm not giving you guys too much of a show here. Make sure that that's okay. Yeah. There we go. Anyway, yeah, I have. Oh, hello, Will. Sylvan. Welcome to the SandBox. John. I keep on saying your full name. Real John Litham or John Litham. I'm pretty sure you've said I should just call you John. Habits. It's hard for me to remember which is which sometimes. Yes, but I have been busy working on my TYT essay, as well as I've had to do like a deep clean of my apartment. It's one of those imposed on, like, you hate that it happens, but at the end you have a really nice result, so then it's like, okay. So that's part of the bad news. They had to come in and fix part of my ceiling, and then next week, I'm really stressed out about this. Somebody's going to be coming into my bedroom to do a preventative check for bed bugs. I don't think I have any, but some strange man is going to be coming in my bedroom and poking around the mattresses and all over and stuff, and I'm not thrilled about that. But it's led me to having to do like a more deep cleaning of things so that people can get to things and whatnot, and maybe hide certain personal items. You know how it goes. I'm a single person. I have things I don't want strange men poking around on. Yeah, John, I know it's better safe than sorry. I get it. I just wish that they had a woman available to do it. But during my deep clean, I found some pants, jeans that are in really good condition, and I was low on pants, and so I tried them on and they fit, and that's the bad news. I've put on weight. That's why they were kind of tucked away, was they were too big for me at one point. And so yeah, I gotta work on that because I really can't afford to gain much more. Hello, my left eye. Thank you for the raid. See, I noticed it on the black background. I'm getting good at this. Super appreciate it. Everyone go check out My Left Eye, the UK. Does wonderful content over there. And welcome, Pond Jumpers. Super appreciate you all coming over here. I will be starting off the top with international news, but it's more just about Gaza and stuff. Well, I am covering defender juries and, you know, people getting arrested for, I don't know, rolling their eyes at the cops these days. So you have that to look forward to. I just got started, so you haven't missed that. But then also some how Canada is doing Canada. Anyway, and then I have a docket about AI stuff. AI data centers and whatnot. They're becoming very, very rampant. Just a tiny bit of federal news, really. We covered a lot last week. And just a little bit of provincial news even, because I covered a lot of that last week too. So it'll be a very informative live stream. And then I have other things to kind of chit chat about. I just want to have a serious conversation near the end. But if you pawn jumpers are going to get really, really tired, let me know and I can maybe do it mid show. But hello, Adam Gordon, Doc Davies, Idiosyncrasy. Welcome. Yes. Yeah, so I do have something that I just want to have a heart-to-heart with the audience about. So if a lot of you pawn jumpers are going to be leaving early, let me know and I can do it midway through as opposed to the very end. But for those who have been following my channel, I can finally say this. I'm close to getting the initial draft of my TYT essays done. What I have left is the sketchy money section, sketchy money issue section type thing, the wrap up, just my final thoughts on everything, and then going through my notes to make sure that I've added everything that I was planning on adding in. And then the initial draft of the essays are done. Doesn't mean it's close to actually being filmed and put out there, but that's the hardest part for me. Because then what's going to happen is once I've kind of polished all that up, I will do an initial read of it, because the thing is that this has taken me so long to do. There's stuff at the beginning that really needs to be tweaked and things that needs to be added in to fix up context or things have happened since and all that sort of stuff. So the initial run through of the completed draft might take a bit, and then I'll do it again. And then I'm going to try to track down someone to do a third reading of the draft with me, just to make sure that, because it's hard. I'm in my own head. Everything makes sense to me, but, you know, I'm autistic. And so I want to make sure that I'm not leaving out or having anything in there that is blaringly wrong or unintentionally offensive or something of that sort. Because trust me, there's going to be a lot of things that are intentionally offensive, so no doubt about that. But yeah, it's whew. And if I get $30 in super chats, you can get a sneak peek, and the person who Annie's up will get to choose what that sneak peek is of. I'll give you 2 options and you can choose. So there's that. Because yeah, I go in ebbs and flows of how I feel about these essays. And sometimes I'm really hard on myself, but other times I'm like, oh, this is really wild what I found. And so I recently finished a couple parts where I'm like, oh, wow, this is really wild what I found. And so I'm feeling pretty confident about those 2 sections. So I have no problem sharing that, and they're related. So Adam saying, well, oh, wow, well done for getting it this far. Thanks. You know, I'm only on, what is it? Yeah, there's only like 66 pages in a Word doc worth of dialogue. So that's 66 pages of what I'll be talking. It doesn't include like video clips and stuff, which there is plenty of. But some of the dialogue is also me I've typed out tweets that I'll be covering, or articles that I'll be reading out. Like I put it right in the script, so that's easy for me to find, so I'm not trying to track things down later on. And so it's right there. I just color code it so I know that this is something that I'm going to be reading that will be on screen. So yeah, it's not done, so it's probably going to be like 75 pages in a Word doc once I'm done. Like I've written a novel. It's a novel. Let's see, what's my word count? Okay, a novella. It's a novella. I've written a novel. There's that for a segue. I've written a novel. And there's a lot more words in this than there are in the essay. Plug my stuff. Hello, Marina. Welcome to the SandBox. Gordon saying I was trained at RADA if you need a voice. I don't know. There's some things that maybe I could use a voiceover for. Because like I said, I am reading a lot of tweets and stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. I do need the help of like a cartoonist. Hello, Dan from the internet. Nice seeing you again. Thank you for coming in. You know, I don't really have a nickname for Americans coming across the border. Because, you know, when they raid me from the UK, they're pond jumpers, but I don't know what I would call Americans being raided into my channel. There's, what was the name of the people who were like draft dodgers? But that's not really a good nickname for Americans coming up. Huh. Hello, Bad Lefty and Etchbox. The Royal Academy of Dramatic Art is what Adam Gordon is talking about. Ah, interesting. Yeah. I need a good nickname for Americans coming up here. How about sensible? Let's go with that. Hello, sensible viewers. But yes, I have a lot to go over. Stuff with Gaza and, you know, how AI is being used to also crack down on protests and all that sort of stuff. I will be talking about defend our juries and how pretty much if you look at the cops cross-eyed in the UK right now, you're getting arrested because, you know, you could be spelling out the words Palestine action with your eyeballs. So that could get you arrested. I wish that was sarcasm. Anyway, and then, yeah, a tinge of federal and provincial news, but also AI stuff that I want to cover, and cops being bastards. Yeah. An Indigenous woman was caught on tape being assaulted by police, and a Black woman lawyer who was assaulted by police quite severely in the fucking courtroom. And those cops get let off the hook. So I'll be covering that as well. And yeah, just things like that. It should be interesting. Yes, Dan, it worked. It worked. You're in my sandbox now. But yeah, if you can think of a good nickname for Americans being raided into my channel, I'd appreciate it, because Pond Jumpers doesn't really work. So, hello, absolutely Crichton. Fuck. Making me do this early. There we go. Oh, I'm sure Orwell would just love that the UK is now like that. Now is like this now. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, it's yeah. I am fairly certain that if you just spell out the words Palestine action with your eyeballs, you'll get arrested over there. But yeah, free Palestine. Made these little maple leaves here. I painted these, and then it says free Palestine on the back. I know, my handwriting sucks on these. I get it, but you know, you can get a really nice, interesting painted ornament, or you can get really nice penmanship. You can't get both. You can't get both. It's not a both thing. It's one or the other. Because I also do those ornaments in the colors of different pride flags, and oh, they're right here. I was wondering. So there's this one that I can personalize with people's names. Then I have, oh, no, okay, so the other ones are out in the other room. Pansexual flag, the inclusive flag, all that. And of course, yeah, I left them in the other room, so I can't really show them off right now. Anyway, unless I get up. So yeah, okay, fine, I'll go get them. It didn't take long. I have them right here. Ah. Okay, so there's ones like this. So this, believe it or not, that's purple. It is. It's just the way the camera picks it up, it looks really blue, but it's purple. The same as this. That's very purple. That band there, but then, see, I can put a name on it. I put my name on it because, well, yeah. But also ones like this one, the pansexual flag. I have other ones too, but I'd have to like go into a different room and unpack them, so I can't do that right now. But you get the gist. You get the idea as I drop this. So for people who are just joining now, oh hello, reference frame. I had to buy a new table recently. This is a great table because the old table I had was a folding table, you know, those plastic portable tables that you use at picnics and stuff. And I found it on the curb because it was slightly damaged, but my friend, she said, oh no, I fixed it, it's all good. But there was a bit of a dip in the middle and I was kind of worried about it. So I had found a second portable table. And I was like, do you know what? This one seems to be in slightly better condition. So I'm going to move all of my computer equipment off of the crappy one onto the less crappy one. And then the table collapsed with all my computer equipment on it. I was not happy. A friend had to help me buy a new mic because my mic got damaged. And so I got all my stuff up on the less crappy table, but there's a dip in the middle. I was getting really, really nervous that the less crappy table was still really crappy. So I had to invest in a new table, which I have right here, which, you know, I would feel secure under if there was an earthquake, you know, so it was well worth the money. It'll last me a long, long time. It's a great size, everything. Any assistance in getting this paid off, I'd really appreciate it. I'd really, really appreciate it. Dan saying Americans coming from the Canadian, coming to the Canadian channels are called refugees. Yeah, I suppose that works. That definitely works. So yeah. It's just you wouldn't want to be a refugee here any more than you would yeah. Not really a lady, Adam Gordon. Not really a lady. Non-binary. So, yeah. So any help getting this table paid off, I'd really, really appreciate it. It was not cheap. So you can become a member, buy my book, buy my art, that sort of thing. Hello, hermeteorologist. But yeah, just support my channel any way you can, even if it's by liking and sharing and all that sort of stuff. Help boosting it in the algorithms. But like I said, if somebody pays a $30 super chat, you'll get a sneak peek of that TYT essay that I worked on recently. Oh, no worries, Adam Gordon. I present very female, I get it. Yeah. And she, her pronouns are fine. They, them pronouns are fine. I just rather not be referred to as a woman. But now you know. So, yeah. Okay. Lots of work, but yeah. Super chat leads to TYT essay sneak peek, a part that I feel pretty good about. There's two parts that I did recently that I feel really good about, that I think y'all might find interesting. One dives a little bit more into that Kamala Harris political ad from the Trump campaign that Cenk didn't bother to, you know, look past the surface. And the other one is a phrase that he constantly uses, or no, not a phrase, an example he constantly uses over and over again and uses it to justify why trans women should be excluded from sports. And you know what? I went down a rabbit hole. You'd never guess what I found. Anyway, but yeah, Adam saying, I just thought all your little badges were so sweet and well-hearted. Why, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, queer community. So we have the inclusive flag. This one is the pansexual. This is non-binary. And so I am non-binary. That's the painting with a pansexual heart. That's me. And that is purple. It is purple. You see this band here? It's supposed to be purple. That's purple, believe it or not. Just like on here, it is purple. It looks really blue. I think it's because when I mix it, I add violet. Anyway, we should probably get into the news because I've already been like for about half hour. That's what you get when you get somebody with ADHD doing live streams. You can never focus. It's like so hard to focus because then all of a sudden I see this on my desk and I want to show you my little froggy that I got at a multicultural festival. It's this. Focus. Focus. Is it going to focus? Yeah, ADHD. Hello, MIDI doctors. I did not find a rabbit down the rabbit hole, Bad Lefty. I found something else. That angry cat portrait in the background isn't that amazing? Stern, majestic creature. Are you talking about this right here? It's not angry. It's my drawing I did of a kitty cat. One of my, he passed away, years and years and years and years ago. He's not angry in it. He has a very, soulful look, I find. MIDI doctors, fuck the news, make shit up. Oh, yeah, I can do that too. Absolutely. Creighton says, oh shoot, I always mistake the non-binary flag for the ace one. I think the purple, but now I see non-binary has yellow. Yeah, they are very similar. They are very similar. Marina saying I was diagnosed with combined ADHD on Friday. Well, yeah, if you're neurodivergent, it's not that you can't just have one neurodivergent issue. It's just usually they come in bundles. So like with me, it's OCD, autism, ADHD, dyslexia, probably some sort of personality thingy going on as well. So, it is what it is. Hello, Big Jerry. Anyway. Our meteorologist, great. I think my mom's house is gone. What does that mean? That's very cryptic. I hope everything is okay. You want the frog to do the news, Adam? Get little Kermit. Or... Does that count? Does that count? That's my frog impression. Stupid human tricks. Hello, happy. Anyway, yeah, I should probably get... Here I am doing this lighthearted banter and stuff like that, and then the first thing we're going to jump to is, again, I usually start with, international news, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's a massive bomb crater in a tent encampment in Gaza. So it's definitely, a tone change, that's for sure. Getting into the news, but it's important to report on these things. It's important that people still know what's happening, that just because a ceasefire was called in Gaza, and by ceasefire they just mean Israel, could you stop doing the genocide for a little bit, because there's no war happening there. It's not like it's a battle between two armies that are stand a reasonable chance of defeating each other. It's just complete annihilation. But even though the ceasefire was called, it's still ongoing. It just slowed down the genocide. And then just some protesters defend our journeys because, yeah, the UK. Wow. That's I worry for you guys But I also worry that that's going to come over here. So, like, I'm getting wary of saying things like, I support Palestine action, because even though I'm in Canada, like, I already know I can't go to the UK. I'd be a terrorist. But I worry that that's going to trickle over here. So it's, yeah. And then especially when you see what's happening down the States with the NSMP7, some acronym like that, and how, radical trans activists can be considered terrorists, or leftists can be just labeled Antifa and terrorists and all that sort of stuff. And my, passport has an X gender marker on it, and I can't go to the States either because I'd be a terrorist. So I'm an international terrorist because I believe everyone should be respected for who they are and live their best lives and not be slaughtered in a genocide. But yeah, but they're really, really cracking down hard in the UK. And so we'll get to that. It's news. Bad Lefty saying it's news, so I'm guessing it's horrific. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. We must have hope, says Adam. Hello, True Democratic North. Yes, AI is ridiculous to this point. Yes, I have some stories about AI that I want to get to. Yes, if I could vote Count Binface, I would. Adam. Yeah, Labour's making a mess in the UK. Liberals are making a mess here. It's they're extensions of the same function. Anyway, why don't we just get to it? Again, tone change, starting off with a pretty horrific story. So I just want to warn you about that before we get going. But yeah, I will be responding to comments and stuff later on as we get through. But yeah, okay. We gotta actually do it. We gotta actually do it. Now, will the right screen pop up when I do this? Sometimes it doesn't. Oh, no, this is the right screen. Okay, and so just make sure that I go here. News. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, yeah. Do this. Oh, I don't have the right thing up right now. I need to open that. I had to shut down my computer earlier because, updates. Stupid freaking annoying updates. Anyway, so Israel, this is in the wrong spot. Let's put that up there. Let's do this. There we go. Okay, you'll understand what I'm doing in just 1 second. I don't have a smooth way of doing this, because, my setup is pretty, oh, what's the word? It's, there's a name for my setup that let's just say it's creative. I have to do what I have to do with the tools I have. But thank you so much, True Democratic North, for the $2 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So on to the horrible news. So yes, and this is from Samira. She is an independent journalist here in Canada, and she's Palestinian. And she says, Israel bombed the medical supply warehouse at the El Aqsa hospital last night. Look at the size of the crater. Israel is mechanical. Absolutely deranged. And then Drop Site News has also covered this story. So here we go. Let's back up one tweet. There we go. So we went to sleep, and this is from Drop Site News, quoting somebody that was there. We went to sleep under ceasefire, thinking that the situation would get better. Footage from Drop Site contributor Abdel Kader Sabah shows the aftermath of an Israeli strike on the main medical warehouse at the El Aqsa Miters Hospital in... Okay, yeah, I'm not good with these. Which also shredded nearby tents sheltering displaced families. What did we do to deserve this? Fatma Shabarab said. Families believed conditions would improve, only to be awakened at 2 or 3 a.m. and ordered to flee. The strike destroyed their tents, food, water, bedding, and the warehouse holding supplies for dialysis patients. What did we do wrong? What did we do to deserve this? Us and the dialysis patients. Who among us is guilty? Sharbarab said. Today we have no shelter. Yahan Hanasuna said her family of 12 fled barefoot and later spent more than 5 hours digging through the wreckage to recover food, clothes, or a mattress. Our fate, we don't know. We don't know. Destruction, she said. Our children are barefoot in the street and we have nothing to feed our children. And we won't be watching the whole thing here, but just so you can see the scale of the damage. Yeah, just absolutely horrific. And yeah, back at this one, you can really... That's massive. Absolutely massive. And so more from Drop Site News. So Drop Site reporter asking what happened to you, Palestinian woman in Gaza, says what happened was we were asleep. We heard someone knocking on the tents, shouting, "Get out, get out." There were children sleeping. I woke up. As soon as they woke up, we ran out. We ran out barefoot with nothing except the clothes we were wearing. We kept running through the streets looking for somewhere safe. We kept going until we reached down past a roundabout. A little while after we heard the explosion, we heard people saying, "We want to go back. It's over." We returned thinking maybe nothing had happened to the tents. Then we saw this. We were completely shocked. Even the bread was ruined. We found the bread thrown on the ground, spoiled. We haven't eaten. We haven't had breakfast. We haven't had anything not until now. The reporter, what are you digging for? She says, I'm digging, hoping we'll find a mattress or something for the children to eat. But there's nothing. I can't find anything. We have been digging for more than 5 hours, but there's nothing. Maybe we'll find something to eat, a mattress, anything for the young children, or we'll find something to eat. Nothing so far. We haven't found anything. We've been digging for nothing. The reporter, what is your fate now? She says, our fate? We don't know. Destruction? Our fate won't be good. There are 12 of us here. No food or water. Even the bread we had is spoiled. No canned goods or anything else. We're searching for food, water, a mattress. There's nothing. All we can hope is that someone helps us. That the countries outside will see us and have compassion. Yeah. Those of us who have compassion aren't in a position to really do anything about it, and those who have the ability to do something about it are in on it. The reporter, you are living next to a hospital, and this hospital was targeted. She says, many times, but this was the worst time. This time, it destroyed all the tents. We have nothing to feed our children. We haven't had breakfast since this morning. We're just sitting here digging. We haven't had breakfast, lunch, or anything. Our children are barefoot in the streets, and we're looking for shirts to put on them. There's nothing. We keep searching, hoping we'll find something for ourselves, but nothing turns up. We are digging in mud. Just absolutely heartbreaking that this is ongoing and it's not getting covered the same way anymore because, you know, the press put out, oh, well, there's a ceasefire, and that somehow implies that none of this is happening anymore, but it's still ongoing. The genocide is just slowed down a little bit. But the destruction is still there. The starvation, the destruction of their infrastructure, their tents, just outright murders, all of that is still ongoing. And, but what does Mark Carney say about all this? You know, Prime Minister of Canada? He's like, you know what? The proposed agreement on the disarmament of Hamas and other armed groups in Gaza, if accepted and implemented, could be an important step towards peace and security. I'm sorry. Who was responsible for this? Mark. That wasn't Hamas. As one of the largest donors to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, now you see, I read this and I'm like, yeah, no, you're spot on. We are one of the largest donors to causing that humanitarian crisis by continuing to sell weapons to Israel. So we are absolutely helping with that. Mark. And the West Bank Canada stands ready to contribute to this effort. We committed to a just and lasting resolution to the Israel-Palestine conflict based on negotiated two-state solution in which Israeli and Palestinian people can live in peace, security, and dignity. Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not a conflict. It's a genocide. This is a very one-sided situation. It stops when Israel stops. That's it. There is no force in Gaza that is fighting right now. You just have people who are desperately trying to survive that are still just being slaughtered, shot at, killed, executed, all of that. This isn't an Israel-Palestine conflict. It is a one-sided genocide. That's what this is. And there will be no two-state solution. That is just cover for status quo at this point. But here, people have been protesting and stuff, and the people in power don't like it when you do that, when you put a spotlight on the fact that horrors are happening overseas. And so The Breach has reported on this, and The Breach is a really good Canadian magazine. Do they call them, like, what do you call these outlets these days? Media outlet? Online media magazine? Like, it's not like they have a physical anyway, ADHD. They're a very good progressive independent media outlet, saying Canadian universities set up secret network to crack down on student Palestine demonstrators. I wonder if I'm in any of these. I had an interview with somebody from a local university campus about their encampment when they were protesting. When they set up encampments to support the Palestinians. Anyway, so universities in Canada coordinated to spy on and violently clear student encampments. Then they deleted the evidence. This is a fairly lengthy article, so I won't be reading through the whole thing, but I will be tossing a link into the SandBox. In 2024, top officials at the University of Alberta were deliberating about how to deal with student encampment, one of dozens popping up around the country in response to Israel's genocide in Gaza. The way you could have responded to it is by saying, us as the university will divest everything that has to do with Israel or weapons manufacturers. And the Canadian government said, we will no longer send weapons to Israel, and we will even do sanctions. We'll sanction them. That's what we'll do. But they chose not to do that. Instead, decided to violently clear the encampments, threaten them, blackmail them, all that sort of stuff. After locking down campus buildings, they shared an update with a network of other universities planning similar responses. On one condition, keep this absolutely secret. It was clear why. In Alberta, the secretly coordinated effort, which would accumulate in militarized raids at multiple universities, would involve not just police, but an official from Daniel Smith's UCP government. An investigation by The Breach revealed how the universities of Calgary and Alberta and many others across the country worked in tandem to suppress the activism of their students. And I covered this at the time too. The police were being quite violent. Documents acquired through access to information requests, often obtained amid delays, obstructions, and even destruction of records by university officials, provide the most comprehensive portrait of the university's activities to date. University emergency managers operated two parallel covert emergency management networks, one national and one in Alberta, that being the federal Canadian government, comprising education institutions, providing governments, officials, and police. Through these networks, university emergency managers shared information to surveil and suppress charter-protected political activity on their campuses. So when I went to visit the campus encampment in my local university here, we saw them up on the roofs watching us with cameras. They had cameras pointed at the encampment that the university put up just for that. They were absolutely being surveilled. So yeah, I'm probably in some database too. Records revealed that an official from Alberta's UCP government attended a secret emergency meeting of the network just 1 week before the scenes of the police violence at the U of Calgary and U of Alberta. He was not merely a passive observer, but a participant who personally asked how post-secondary institutions would keep his Ministry of Advanced Education informed going forward, establishing that channel for communications even before a single encampment had formed. All Albertans should be deeply concerned about the far-right provincial government's interventions in the management and dealing of a university, said Michael Litwack, a U of A professor who participated in the encampment at the university. So, like I said, this is a lengthy article, but it's definitely worth reading. So these are all the different universities that were involved. So national network members who were on board by U of T officials in order of their admission to the groups. So yeah, if you're in Canada, see if your institution is nearby. So yeah, I'm probably on a database because my university is on here. Not the one I went to. I didn't go to a university, but the campus that I went to interview and stuff. So McGill also coordinated a parallel network dedicated to business continuity that included some of the same members. That group's activism remained unclear, but McGill told The Breach that the network is not related to the 2024 encampments and that the two networks are distinct entities and do not operate in conjunction with one another. Meanwhile, helpful links were being circulated. SharePoint site that included online harassment of academics and YouTube video titled "Navigate Israel Hamas War" pro the end being cut off in the release record. Yeah, lots and lots of information here. The case of disappearing records. So yeah, they're deleting some of the evidence. That luckily The Breach. This is why independent media is so desperately needed in this day and age. So, like I said, a lot to go over on this. That looked a lot like the local university campus here. Yeah, a lot to go over on this. I recommend people read up on it, just know what our government is complicit with, what universities will do to crack down on students trying to practice their freedom of speech or freedom of we don't have freedom of speech. We have, man, my brain is fried. In Canada, we're allowed to protest, supposedly. What's the phrase? I'm good at this. That's freedom of expression. There we go. There we go. There's a delay, so some of you are probably going to get right up on it. Yeah, so moving on to defend our juries. Yeah, Igloo, freedom of expression. I got it, just on time. So Britain today, an elderly woman in a wheelchair is escorted away by the police and risks up to 14 years in prison for supporting terrorism since the Homeland Security prescribed a protest group in 2025. Now, they have to be very careful with their language. They have to put in quotes her crime. She said, "I support Palestine action and I encourage you to join." Defend our juries and other people in the UK covering this topic have to be extremely cautious with how they word things because they can get in trouble. And like, here's the reality of the situation. I don't even know for sure, but it might totally smash my dream of like ever talking to Owen Jones online is I don't think he'd legally be allowed to talk to me anymore because I support Palestine action. I don't know if I'd be allowed to talk to UK channels because they can get in trouble for talking to Hamas terrorists and stuff. And I'm not a Hamas terrorist, but you never know how far this is going to go because look at how far they're going with this. So if anyone outside the UK says that they support Palestine action, does that mean they can no longer talk to journalists and content creators within the UK? Like, I don't even know. And the fact that that's a question is just absolutely mind-boggling, because journalists should still be allowed to do their fucking jobs. And sometimes that's interviewing people who are in, actual terrorist organizations to get information. It might mean that they talk to somebody in Hamas to find out information, or in Gaza, or uh, uh, they have no problems bringing on people from the IDF in their media, which, I would argue is the terrorist organization, but you get where I'm going with this. So there's some video attached to this.
Not zigzag about.
So this woman here is now a terrorist, could face up to 14 years. Meanwhile, the white lads who were doing the pogrom not too long ago, burning vehicles and homes and threatening immigrants and stuff like that, they're not terrorists. No, this woman here is. You have a new prime minister. Hopefully, he might see some reason. I'm not holding my breath. It's still part of the Labour Party. Just like I don't hold my breath that anything will change. Even if like Mark Carney were to step down, I don't think the policy would change if the Liberals are still in power, or the Conservatives, because they do the same thing. A completely new party has to go in before anything could potentially change. But there's more. So again, from Defend Our Journeys, Sir Jonathan Porritt under arrest under terrorism laws outside Westminster Magistrates Court as police escort him away. He said, "I am a supporter of Palestine action, trying to save lives. It's not terrorism. Exposing this government's complicity in genocide is not terrorism."
Anything to say, friends?
Free Palestine action. I am a supporter of Palestine action.
These cops, they have no conscience. They have no soul. Like, they know this is wrong, but they're participating in it. It's the whole, oh, I'm just following orders bullshit. No, they should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. I don't care if they say, well, I'm just doing my job. They know this is doesn't meet the spirit of the law for free speech and protest. And yet they're still doing it. They're still arresting people, knowing full well this man is not a terrorist. He's saying a genocide should end. That doesn't make somebody a terrorist. Calling out the complicity in your government of a genocide is not terrorism. And they know it. They know it.
Trying to save lives is not terrorism. Exposing this government's complicity in genocide is not terrorism. I support Palestine action, and I hope others will too.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And quite honestly, all the media outlets, leftists over on this side of the pond, should be saying, I support Palestine action. Because we still have the freedom to do that. And it's the bare minimum we can do to show support for the people in the UK. So, again, from Defend Our Juries, they're saying you do not have freedom of speech if you oppose genocide. And so they quote tweeted themselves. So this woman was arrested under S45 Serious Organized Crime Act for saying only the following. I won't read the quote this time because she'll be saying it. So the Met Police arrested people of all sorts, ludicrous reasons, including putting down a tiny stand so people sharing a poetry song could be heard. No amplification was used at all. One Muslim woman was arrested for simply greeting the crowd. She said nothing unlawful. And so they're just going to absolutely absurd lengths, arresting people because anything that can kind of go towards they're promoting this protest or stuff, participating in it, helping it, now makes you a terrorist. And so even if you show up and do something that is totally unrelated to the protest, you know, like spell out Palestine action with your eyeballs or something like that. If there was snow, you know, if you pissed in the snow and put Palestine action in it, you'd be arrested. They're all being arrested for the most ludicrous reasons.
To have amplified voice either, but that's okay, because our voice is loud enough.
Under what power?
Under what power? Under what power? Under what power? Under what power?
Your new prime minister really needs to do something about this. And there's more. So somebody brought a microphone. But why did he bring a microphone? Well, let's just do a little bit of karaoke. But you're not allowed to bring microphones to these. Because then you're amplifying terroristic voices.
You're using your microphone, you are more likely to be arrested under the Terrorism Act.
To go back to my point, though,
Hope all you musicians out
Yeah, so you can't do karaoke in the streets anymore. Just saying. Because you could be a terrorist.
there are following along this lady just said that the use of a microphone.
So are buskers even allowed in the UK anymore? Because they might have a guitar, a mic, things of that sort. Are they even allowed in the UK anymore? Because they might somehow slip in, they're against genocide in their song or something of that sort. Just people living their lives now can get caught up in this.
Website.
Makes it more likely that you could be
Amazing short videos
committing terrorism.
about the history of why we're here. It's
We aren't able to.
Oh no, flamingo homes this Friday,
I
shut them
think you
down.
guys should start up a petition.
Karaoke is out in the
I'm saying
UK.
this as a
God damn it, that
public
was
sector radio
my
in the
small business
NHS.
back in New Zealand. I was a
I've gone
karaoke
in
jockey.
trying to
I was hoping to bring it here. They've just
Not
squashed
what
this
you
lady,
signed
just
up
squashed
for.
that.
Honestly, guys, think about what we
You're all
said
going to miss
here.
out. I have the second best karaoke collection in the world.
Why are you arresting him? What do you say? What did you say?
Arresting him because he does karaoke. But it goes on. So apparently, lying down and clapping also makes you a terrorist in the UK.
Nothing. I was clapping. They've arrested me for clapping. Literally. I did no counting whatsoever. I'm only clapping.
Did you not know that? Did no one warn you that the terrorist act?
Well, literally nothing.
Saving lives cannot be considered terrorism.
And there's a little bit more on that one. So just Saul here is saying just sitting on the pavement and clapping is now terrorism. Not saying anything, not holding or displaying any signs. They said sign. They didn't say placard. Sorry. It's the cute little words that you use in the UK sometimes that I find very endearing, like placard. Just sitting on the pavement and clapping. Andy Burnham can stop this, but he isn't. I think you need another new prime minister. If this isn't their number one goal when they get in office, they need to step down immediately. Like, it just, as soon as they go off and give their first speech, if they don't say anything about this, protest until they step down. Like, it just, this is a ridiculous law. On its face, it's a ridiculous law. And anyone looking at it knows this. They know it.
What section have you been arrested under?
Section 12, just for being here. I haven't even said any words.
You haven't...
I've just been arrested for Section 12 for sitting on the pavement without saying anything or displaying any article.
Yeah, so you're not holding a sign, you're not wearing anything that would be a Section 13 breach.
Really no grounds for arrest whatsoever, and I can't wait to get my wrongful arrest payout from the police.
Have the police explained to you what subsection of Section 12 you're being arrested under?
You can ask this lady here.
I'm stressed at work and I need to walk away from this.
Officer, what part of Section 12 is the arrest?
This is outrageous.
Really doesn't
She
want to
doesn't
answer.
want to tell us.
So you weren't chanting anything, you didn't say anything?
Clapped. I clapped.
Are your actions in the public interest?
That was it.
Is this what you were expecting when you sat down on the pavement today?
Absolutely not. I was here just to watch. Yeah.
You're about to get lifted away. How are you feeling about that?
Anyway, yeah. So just like what? At some point it's just going to be illegal walking around. Oh, right. I've shown footage of that before where somebody was walking around with like a Palestinian flag and they did get pulled over by the police in the UK. So, yeah. Any signs that you might be against the genocide and suddenly you can get arrested in the UK. But moving on to other types of protests. So here we have engineers. So this person just saying, watch this, engineers stormed the stage in protest against Amazon's use of AI and the ongoing Palestinian genocide. When Amazon employees say something against Project Nimbus, you fire them. Watch this, how his face drops. He's there to promote AI, yet goes into screensaver mode when confronted. So yes, lots of evidence out there that AI is being used in the genocide in Gaza. Programs that will help the IDF locate and track down people that they want to target, find out when they're home so they can target them at their home with their family. AI is definitely being used in this. AI is being used in the propaganda, being spread online, all of that sort of stuff, tracking people. And it's pretty bad when the engineers are now like, okay, this is how our stuff is being used and we won't stand for it. We need to say something.
When Amazon employees say something against Project Nimbus, you fire them. That's what you do. You fire the employees.
KI benötigt Unmengen an Ressourcen, an Strom. Nur schon der Gebrauch der Schweiz ist verantwortlich für fast 10% des nationalen Stromverbrauches. Damit feuern die Tech-Oligarchen den Klimakollaps weiter.
So this person is saying that, 10% of our water and climate collapse and all of this is going to this AI system that is helping in genocide.
Werner Vogel, shame on you! Shame on you! You're getting profits from the deaths of millions of Palestinian people, and you're sitting here as if you're trying to do good, and to be for the good of AI, when you know that the technology you're producing is being used to develop killing machines. What do you have to say for yourself? How do you sleep at night when you know that this is what the technology is being used for? When Microsoft pulls their Azure servers,
You see, he doesn't really sleep. He just goes into sleep mode.
pulls out of the IOF, what does Amazon do? They step in, making sure that the IOF can continue to kill. And you know this. You know this. Come on stage. Answer those people. Project Nimbus. What you're doing is robbing people that's doing the hard work for good.
You're talking hard, man.
When Amazon employees say something against Project Nimbus, you fire them. Genocide starts here, and you know this. If you have children, you know what this is happening. This is the future you want to see.
So, tying this back into Canada, Ido Moad here, tweeting out this, Israel pitches Canada high-tech trade and safer AI as diplomatic tensions persist. And Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East is saying, no, we absolutely cannot join thousands of Canadians in urging AI Minister Evan Solomon to say no to Israel's genocidal AI, which is used in the surveillance and mass slaughter of Palestinians under occupation. So here is the article here. Israel pitches Canada high-tech trade and safer AI as diplomatic tensions persist. So it's not saying that it's happening in Canada. But I would put a big yet beside it because a lot of this stuff will still happen in Canada. It just kind of goes behind closed doors really quietly. So Israel's pitching, and the fact that Israel can even pitch this to Canada. And come on. We shouldn't have an AI minister to begin with, and we shouldn't be talking to any Israeli officials unless it is about disarming them and getting them to stop the genocide. Anything else should be completely off the table. So Israel's pitching itself to Canada as a technology partner that can offer tangible solutions and safer artificial intelligence. There's no such thing. All artificial intelligence, what it does to the environments, how it can be used, there is no such thing as safe artificial intelligence. Despite the heavy strains on the bilateral relationship over the wars in the Middle East. Again, it's not a war, it's a genocide. Canada and Israel are both countries that are very much looking to export technologies to open a new markets to solve problems that also exist elsewhere, Israeli Ambassador Ido Moed told the Canadian press. Really? What problem are you talking about? Is that the problem of Palestinians existing? Is that the problem you're talking about, Ido? Moed has said his country's relationship with Canada is at its lowest point in nearly 80 years of relations. Canada accuses Israel of grave violations of international law, while Israel argues Ottawa is taking steps that undermine prospects for peace. I wish that was the case. Like, I really, really wish that Canada was doing something about this, but they're not. Canada is still selling weapons, still putting out words that have no impact, words that do nothing. But anything tangible that this country can do, it's not doing. But, you know, that still pisses off Netanyahu that that Canada's not publicly lockstep with him. But yeah, there are things Canada could be doing, concrete actions Canada could be taking to actually make a dent in all of this, and is choosing not to. And like I said, behind the scenes, still selling weapons to Israel. So it wouldn't surprise me if they are working on some sort of AI negotiating thing, because a lot of our officials, like when it comes to police and military, go over to Israel to train. Okay, their IDF soldiers are welcome over here to go on campus tours, something that we'll touch on in just a little bit. You know, they're still connected. They're still working together. So this is all just propaganda put out there for people who will only see this article and think, you know what, Canada is doing good in this situation, without realizing, no, Canada is not a good actor. They're not an honest actor in all of this. But apparently Prime Minister Mark Carney has never had a formal call or meeting with Israel counterpart Benjamin Netanyahu, who faces an arrest warrant from the International Criminal Court. But I do have it here, or did I cover it last week? It should be in here. I must have covered it last week. Oh, no. But we'll get to it in just a second. So, hasn't talked to Netanyahu, but before the but. So here's the article, if you want to finish reading it. But here is the petition that Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East have put together for this, to say, let's not do AI stuff together. That is this link right here. So if you're in Canada, please do sign. It did not put the right one. It put the article. Did I not? I think I need to refresh that. Okay, I pasted the link in there. So you want to click on this link that I'm about to post right now. No, it's still the same one. Okay, somebody click on one of those links and let me know if the last two actually go to the petition here. Copy. There we go. Okay, that one that I just posted with the CJPME is the, I'm going to, can I delete these ones? Remove. I'm removing my own links. There we go. Haha. I have the power to do that in my sandbox. There we go. So the one that I just posted is a link to this petition. Tell Minister Solomon we do not need Israeli genocidal AI. I will be signing this afterwards because I don't exactly want to be putting in my postal code in front of all of you. So, as I was saying before, so Avi Lewis, the leader of the federal NDP, just says, this is the third time in 6 months that Benjamin Netanyahu has flown through Canadian airspace. So, well, Carney might not be actively engaging with Netanyahu. He's also not actively doing anything about Netanyahu. Contrary to the GAC spokesperson's claim, he does not have freedom to make that decision. Foreign leaders are required to seek permission before doing so. Netanyahu is also wanted in the International Criminal Court for war crimes. As a member of the ICC, Canada has a duty to arrest him if he enters the country. That would include airspace. Has the government been knowingly shirking its responsibility and allowing a wanted war criminal to fly through our airspace? If he is flying through without permission, why not say so? Allowing this to pass without consequences sets a dangerous precedent. Canadians deserve clear answers. And so here is an article about that from CBC. Israel says it asked Canada for permission for Netanyahu to use Canadian airspace. And so, again, all of this talk like, ooh, Prime Minister Mark Carney says that he would arrest Netanyahu if he was in Canada. He needs to put like the caveat, well, if he lands in Canada, you know, if he just flies through our airspace, we ain't doing shit about it. And it's all these little ways that Canada is still helping Israel in their agenda. So Netanyahu flew over eastern Canada for a third time. The Carney government won't say if it let him do it. You kind of had to. The government of Israel told CBC News it sought permission from the government of Canada for wanted Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to enter Canadian airspace. You see, it's nice that our Canadian Broadcasting Corporation is saying that, yeah, he's wanted. He's wanted by the ICC. As opposed to just saying, you know, vague things, but he's actually, yeah. However, the Israeli government spokesperson did not respond to a second question about whether that permission had been granted. He kind of has to. An Israeli government Boeing 767, known as the Wing of Zion, overflew Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, carrying Netanyahu to Washington, D.C., where his agenda included a meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump and attending the funeral of Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. The Israeli leader has been sought by the ICC for alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza since November 21st of 2024, when the ICC issued the warrant for murder. Good. Using starvation as method of warfare as well. So Carney has previously said that he would arrest Netanyahu if he came to Canada. His predecessor, Justin Trudeau, made the same pledge. Well, if they just cross through my backyard to get to the other side, we're not going to do anything. But if they stop in my backyard for a barbecue, well, then we really have no choice, because it'd be kind of obvious that we're not doing our duty then. So they probably just be like, yeah, just scooch through really quiet. Don't touch down. You'll be fine. Anyway, I'm just going to skip through this. There's a part here I wanted to touch on, just to goes to show. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Do I have to do an Control F? Yeah, there we go. So, throwing caution to the wind, the government of Israel appears to have been more cautious when planning earlier prime ministerial flights from Tel Aviv to the United States, but maneuvered to avoid Canadian airspace. The Wing of Zion The Wing of Zion, a time-consuming evasive roof to the U.S. on September 25th, carrying Netanyahu over the waters of the Mediterranean, rather than the shorter Great Circle, blah, 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 blah. But when he traveled again on December 29, 2025, he overflew Newfoundland and Nova Scotia en route to Florida. In February 10th of this year, he was back over Canada, crossing Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick before entering U.S. airspace in Maine. Canadian protocol requires foreign governments' flights to seek permission well before entering Canadian airspace. Applications for foreign state military or scientific aircraft to operate within Canadian territory should be submitted at least 3 working days, 72 hours, before the proposed date of entry into Canadian airspace, reads the government's website. This advance notification is critical. It seems implausible that the government in Canada didn't allow this to happen on some level. Yeah. Anyway, here is the article. If you wish to finish reading it, it's actually a fairly long article from the CBC that goes into this. But yeah, I'm fairly certain, in my opinion, the Canadian government knew and just like, yeah, we're looking the other way. So a little bit more on this topic here. The Grind is a news and culture, arts and culture events magazine from Toronto. Specifically, they're Toronto orientated. They're being sued for defamation from an IDF soldier. So the Grind is being sued by an IDF reservist soldier. The defamation case could sink one of the only publications closely covering the Palestine Solidarity Movement in Toronto and the repression it has faced. We need your help. For the last several months, the team at The Grind have quietly been dealing with the legal issue. Today, I am writing to let you know about it and to ask for your help. We need your help to raise $50,000 to fight the case. You can send e-transfers to info@thegrindmag.ca with note legal defense, or visit our donate page. Most donations The Grind receives are between $5 and $10 and $100, and we also need a few larger donations. About the case. In the spring of 2025, we followed a story about an IDF Defense Forces soldier speaking at events organized in part by student group at the Toronto Metropolitan University. While other outlets covered the controversy of whether the talks could happen on campus, we were the only outlet I'm aware of to cover what was actually said at the off-campus event. I covered their coverage and other people who had tweeted out videos and stuff. Then in November 2025, we published one of the most in-depth articles about another scheduled speaking event featuring IDF reservist soldiers visiting Toronto, hosted by the same TMU student group. The event was disrupted by protesters, several of whom were removed from the venue by reservist soldier Jonathan Carton. Several videos from the event have been published and widely viewed. A month later, on December 16th, we received a notice of libel from Carton's lawyer demanding we delete the article and issue an apology or Carton would sue. We once again reviewed the article in detail. We decided to stand behind our reporting and offered to look into anything they thought was an error and make corrections as appropriate. We also offered to receive and incorporate comments from Carton. We attempted to reach him before publication as well. In February, Carton officially initiated his defamation lawsuit against The Grind. Me, David Gray Donald, and 2 people who have been our senior editors around then, Fernando Ars and Samia who was on leave at the time. He is asking for at least $1.3 million in damages. We are grateful to be represented by lawyers. Their expertise and dedication have been invaluable. Still looks like this case will take years to resolve. And yeah, these types of suits are meant to shut down places that are getting the truth out there, who are doing the in-depth reporting to let people know what's happening. But you know, they're sticking to their principles. They double-checked their reporting. They've also covered, there was a march that happened in Toronto, pro-Palestine march that went in front of Mount Sinai Hospital, and a lot of the media and even Justin Trudeau at the time was saying it was an anti-Semitic attack, pretty much. But The Grind had done an in-depth article about the parade, the route, everything about it. Again, I covered that at the time. So they are definitely a needed voice when it comes to, just covering what's happening in Toronto when it comes to Palestine movement. So this is definitely going in the SandBox. If you can, please support them. And that is the correct link right there. So e-transfer, if you're Canadian, to info@thegrindmag.ca with the note legal defense, or visiting their, let me just check this. Make sure if I click on it, it isn't like, here's your postal code for everyone to see. Oh, it's just a donation page. Okay. So here we go. Copy that link and share it as much as you can. Get it out there. So far they're up to 27,000 out of the 50,000 asking for. So any bit helps. Okay, so there's still a little bit more. It's not really, it's related, but it's not related. So I think I'll take a little break right here and check the SandBox. And I'll start closing down a lot of these links because my computer gets mad at me for having so many things open. And I gotta make sure I don't accidentally close the petition I'm going to be signing. That's the petition. Okay. And I'm going to be sharing the link to the grind later on. Love to get a shout out on Majority Report for it. I will try. Let's see. Okay, so I need those open. Anyway, on to the SandBox. Okay, so I saw those. Absolutely. Creighton says if Ben wins, I hope he believes in actually democracy and freedom of speech. Many doctors also saying Burnham needs to get a grip or he will blow his honeymoon. Yep. Did I say hi to Reference Frame yet? If not, hello. Bad Lefty, did I say hi to you yet? I hope so. If not, hello. I lose track of who I say hi to, and I like to acknowledge everyone who jumps in here. You see, I have to do it now because one of these days I'm just going to be such a popular channel that the SandBox will just be zooming by and I'm going to be missing a lot of comments. So, I want to make sure that while my channel is still teeny tiny, that I'm taking the time to appreciate all of you being here because I do appreciate it. Let's see. It sounds like it is actually raining. Yeah, we're supposed to get a lot of rain today, which is good because it's been so dry. And it's a nice, slow, continuous rain for like 24 hours, which is the best type of rain that you can get. Because like a sudden downpour doesn't really help the ground and stuff because most of it just runs off, so it doesn't help the plant life. But when it's like a slow, steady rain for hours, it helps get absorbed into the soil and stuff and actually do something for the plant life and whatnot. And I can hear it out one window that I have open. It's a balcony, so it's covered. People talking about the arrests. Hello, Rusty. Doc Davies saying stop the data centers. We'll be talking about that in a little bit. Adam Gordon's wondering, where's Canada? It's to the left. Okay, so we do have our monarch on our currency, but I don't know if it's going to be the same with King Charles, but with Queen Elizabeth, she understood that we were just barely tolerating her. In fact, I'd be fine completely abolishing the monarchy here. I would be, yeah, I'd be good getting rid of it here in Canada. But Queen Elizabeth was, you know, aware that a lot of Canadians were like, eh. And so, since she had to approve her portrait on our currency, like the coins and bills and stuff like that, I believe we're one of the only countries where she's not wearing a crown. So on our nickels and toonies and loonies that she's on, she's not wearing a crown. I don't know if King Charles is following suit or not, or if he feels like he needs to flaunt his crown in front of us. Anyway. Rusty, no. They did not contact me. Okay, so the media tends to cover anything that happens that could be considered anti-Semitic. Again, I'm very much against anti-Semitism, and I believe it is on the rise. It needs to be called out. But it gets conflated a lot of the times with things that aren't anti-Semitic, like people just putting a poster up saying Free Palestine and all that sort of stuff. Whereas the media never gives the same level of attention to hate crimes targeting Muslims. But, you know, I have been able to find articles here and there of things that have happened recently, and it is definitely, Islamophobic attacks are definitely on the increase, and they're more direct, they're more violent. So an anti-Semitic attack that will be talked about a lot are Jewish schools and synagogues that were shot at. But the thing is that they were shot at during the day or during the night when nobody was there. And then it looks like a lot of them were done by people who were getting paid to do it. No one was in any real danger. It was just to send a message. They don't know who was doing the paying. So the motive for them shooting at the schools and stuff was money. That was the motive there. But what happens towards Muslim people is very, very dangerous. And again, it's not to say that there aren't any anti-Semitic attacks that aren't dangerous. They are, any are. Last week I covered a Muslim woman that was assaulted in a parking lot, amongst other things. Well, again, it's escalating in this country, and it's not receiving nearly the same amount of attention. So let me go here. So this is from City News. Winnipeg police investigating shooting of mosque home as possible hate crime. So again, somebody's home. Winnipeg Police Hate Crime Unit is investigating after shots were fired at a mosque Wednesday evening. On Friday, WPS said the investigation had revealed that an airsoft or pellet-style gun was used in the incident. Investigators said the in addition to the attack at the Ramans Islamic Center, a home in 500, a home also targeted by similar weapons causing damage to the windows. Due to the proximity and time of both incidents, investigators are attempting to determine if the incidents are related. Leaders at the mosque in Winnipeg say shots were fired at the building while community members were gathered inside. So this was intentionally targeting them while there were people there. Send a message, strike fear into them, that sort of thing. So they called the incident a disturbing attack. And then there's the official statement. Leah Gazan, she's an NDP MP, saying, I have reached out to the Rama Islamic Center community. My heart is with them and the Winnipeg Muslim community after the horrific shooting at the center Wednesday evening. We need, show more, here we go. We need a strategy to combat the rise in hate crimes. I echo NCCM's call for national strategy to combat Islamophobia. All levels of government must commit to concrete action in response to the rising levels of hate crimes we've witnessed in our communities. We need urgent and real action to protect the dignity and security of all people. Hate has no place in our communities. I like that. Yeah. When there's a perceived anti-Semitic attack, and it's usually, here's the thing though, when there's an actual, like, real violent anti-Semitic attack, it tends to go under the radar. But perceived ones, like people being paid to shoot at synagogues when nobody is there, or just rhetoric around, you know, you must free Palestine and all that sort of stuff, the government will suddenly be like, oh, we need committees, we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to stop it. But when things like this happen, it's usually crickets. It's usually crickets. There's no committees being formed, nothing, no new laws. But, you know, at least Mark Carney is acknowledging this one. There's been lots of attacks recently that he hasn't bothered to say dick on. NCCM reporting on it, just saying it's nice that he said something. It's nice, but we need a national strategy on Islamophobia, which is true. And this is just Mark Carney, yeah, saying that he's disturbed to learn the shots fired at the Islamic Center in Winnipeg last night. The violent act of Islamophobia is appalling and has no place in Canada. I'm grateful no one was injured. Law enforcement has my full support as they are working to bring the perpetrators to justice. Might want to mention while people were there. There were people in the building when this happened. But there was also another mosque in Montreal targeted recently. Yesterday, an area in this mosque building in Montreal, Quebec, was lit on fire. The damage is extremely extensive and destructive, but thankfully no one has been hurt. Authorities have been alerted to the incident, are investigating what happened as a possible arson attack, along with possible hate motivations. We strongly urge the public, wait for full facts to be confirmed and to refrain from speculation. We are on the ground and in touch with all parties, including authorities. We will have more to say as the situation evolves. So it is escalating, but, you know, the national strategy to combat Islamophobia, the same way that they've made these national strategies to combat anti-Semitism, they never seem to appear. The government never is serious about that sort of thing. But this is deeply, deeply disturbing. Okay, and one last article related to all of this, a little bit of good news. And this is from The Grind. Again, go support The Grind if you can, with what they're going through. So I won't read out this whole article. They do very in-depth journalism, but just a little bit of good news. Crown drops nearly all charges from pro-Palestine sit-in at MP's Brad C's office. 9 months after being arrested at a protest supporting the Freedom Flotilla to Gaza, charges against 7 of the 8 defendants have been dropped entirely. The case again raises questions about over-policing of the pro-Palestine movement. So all 8 protesters were originally charged with forcible entry, unlawful assembly, mischief, and obstructing a peace officer. One arrestee still faces charges of mischief and obstruction. The arrest occurred last October at the Toronto office of Liberal MP, who represent the riding of this. It was during a wave of protest over Israel's kidnapping of dozens of people at sea, including Indigenous harm reduction worker and advocate, I cannot say that name, along with 5 other people living in Canada. Agnew and others were traveling in international waters as part of the Freedom Flotilla coalition in an attempt to break Israel's illegal blockade of Gaza when they were intercepted by Israeli military. But lots of protests happened, And some people were arrested for, again, freedom of expression. You're allowed to do sit-ins in MPs' offices here. And it gets into over-policing and everything. So again, this article will be tossed into the sandbox for you to read. There you go. Back to the main shot. Close that, close that, close that, close that, but keep those open because I want to get to those myself. Anyway, back to the sandbox. I just covered a couple tabs, so it's not like there's going to be much happening since the last thing. Just get my next docket up and ready to go. Okay. Hello, the Wild West. Welcome to the sandbox. Charles also has no crown. Good to know. Yes, a little tidbit of Canadian lore for you. Our monarchies do not wear crowns on our currency because they know better. It's a little bit too pretentious for us. Let's see. Hello, Moomy. Welcome to the sandbox. I heard that with our construction in England's, or our constitution in England's constitution, it would be easier for England to get rid of the monarchy than for Canada to get rid of the monarchy. And hello, Devil's Advocate. Welcome to the sandbox. I think a lot of it is most Canadians would be fine getting rid of the monarchy. The problem is the political nightmare, the infighting, the how to do it, the whichever government proposes it, the other government would automatically be against it. So if the Liberals propose it, the Conservatives would automatically be against it. If the Conservatives propose it, the Liberals would automatically be against it. And they would just use it for propaganda sake and all this sort of stuff and just be a bloody headache. So it's because it requires political effort that I think they're not going to bother. Plain and simple. Because it's not just as simple as saying, okay, you're no longer our monarch. They'd have to actually like reorganize how we do elections and stuff. Do we keep the parliamentary system? Do we go more of a presidential route? Do we do a combination of the two? How do we do our governments now? And blah, 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 blah. So basically, it's a little bit too hard for them. And that's why they're not bothering. Rusty, if they want to talk to me, they can reach out to me. I don't know who they are. Hello, Atticus among us. Welcome to the sandbox. Canada does make gorgeous coins of the Wild West. And yes, unfortunately, it does have the mark on one side, but we get toonies that glow in the dark. I have some. I've done some, I have like a tidbit of coin collecting that I've done. And when I went to Ottawa, way back when, I went and visited the Mint, and I found what my dream job would be. So if I ever quit this job, it would be because I got this other job. And that is to work in the Mint in a super duper air conditioned facility, examining coins for perfection. Oh, that would just be a dream job for me. To work in a super cold room, just examining these coins for perfection. But I do have some. I have some here. You can't really see them because the Mint makes collector coins all the time. But this has a combination of my love of dinosaurs. So sometimes when I splurge on things like getting the coins and whatnot. And so, yeah, you can see the different dinosaurs on them. I also have, there's a lot of coins with like Star Trek stuff on them. I have some, I don't have like the full collection. But yeah, they make these types of like collector coins all the time that I do, if I can, I like to get. And there's toonies that can glow in the dark with like the Aurora Borealis on it and stuff. And yeah, just really nice stuff. Can I get it back in there properly? There we go. Close enough. So yes, I do like the different types of coins and stuff that we have up here. And then all the different quarters and the collectors. And sometimes they have different colors on them. And yeah, and it's nice. It's neat. It's neat. I do like, I did like visiting the Mint. That was like really, it's like, ooh, I totally nerded out there. And then at the end, they have their gift, the gift room. It's not a gift room. What do you call it? Gift store. But they have a block of gold there, like a brick of gold. And it's like, you know, it's on a pole and tied down type thing, and there's security right there. But basically you're allowed to go over and like lift it up and take pictures and touch the gold and stuff like that. And so I did that. I'm like, oh wow. And since I was there by myself, one of the tour guide was like, oh, would you like me to take your picture with it? I'm like, no, I'm good. This is all I want. And yeah, gold is actually extremely heavy. Like all these heists that you see out there of like, oh, they did this massive gold heist and they took all realistically, it would crush most vehicles. The axles in the vehicles wouldn't be able to handle it because it's fucking heavy. Anyway. Yeah. Atticus among us saying the only good monarch is the butterfly. Yes, I do like the monarch butterflies. Oh. Yeah, they have bazillion quarters and stuff and whatnot out there. So I have like a tiny, tiny coin collection. I wouldn't even call it like, no, let's just say it's more than the average person, but nowhere near close to what the average coin collector has. Let's put it that way. And I don't actively collect. Basically, I like to collect things that I found in change, but since people are moving away from money, I don't get much of that anymore. I also used to like to find the foreign coins in with my currency and stuff of that sort. Or just finding like older coins and stuff. I think the oldest one I have is a dime from 1910 that I found in with the change type thing. So yeah, interesting stuff. Oh, and then we used to have nickels that were a little bit ripply. Anyway. I do have more news to cover, that's for sure. Just taking a break, you know, always talking about, you know, like Gaza and Palestine and stuff and what's happening there. It's always difficult and hard. And yeah, I do have something that I want to do a heart-to-heart with everyone. I'm going to save it to the end unless a whole bunch of pond jumpers are like, yeah, we're heading out for the night. And then I can talk about it a bit earlier. But yeah, there is something that I wanted to talk to everyone about. Also, again, if I get $30 in super chats, you can get a sneak peek of my TYT essay. And, you know, providing I still have enough energy, because if you leave it to like the very last moment and I've been talking for 5 hours, I might not have the wind in me to do it. But yeah. Anyway, so why don't we just scooch on through some of this? Because, you know, I have a, the federal docket is actually fairly short this week. And some of it isn't even just strictly federal stuff. So why don't we get right into it? Well, let's get all of the vegetables out of the way. There we go. So for those who don't know, talking about Canadian lore, today is Emancipation Day. And you pond jumpers, same thing. So August 1st. Today, communities across, so not today, but yesterday. Today, communities across Canada mark Emancipation Day. On this day in 1834, the Slavery Abolition Act came into effect across the British Empire. At that time, we were still part of the British Empire. And this is the little loophole that Canada likes to use when they say, there was no slavery in Canada. What they mean is that when Canada became a state, there was no slavery. But when we were still here, but as part of the British colony, there was. So that's a little loophole. So it's like, technically, there was no slavery in Canada, but there was. There was. Not to the same extent that was down in the States, because the States had like the plantations and things of that sort. Canada didn't really have the equivalent up here, but there were still slaves. And it still happened. And so, yeah, it's just one of the little loopholes that Canada likes to use to be like, we didn't have slavery. Yeah, we did, actually. So slavery existed here in New France in the Maritimes. in the households of the powerful. While the act marked a turning point, freedom was not granted in a single day. It was taken, held, and defended by those who fled, by those who were freed and stayed and to build, and by generations who came after. When slavery ended, segregation endured. Africville was raised. You're not mentioning how. So that was with the Halifax explosion. The big explosion that happened in Halifax, it wiped out Africville. And then the Canadian government didn't come in to help them rebuild at the same time that they were helping Halifax to rebuild and stuff like that. They just allowed it to stay destroyed. Black Canadians were refused service, denied housing, and separation in schools and churches. Yet despite these barriers, they built lives for themselves and opened doors so many others could follow. Black Canadians have gone on to serve as mayors, members of parliament, senators, cabinet ministers, and as governor general. Those doors were not opened by accident, but people who were determined that this country should live up to what it claimed to be, a country founded on the fundamental insight that unity does not require uniformity. Today we honor those whose courage helped make our country freer, fairer, and stronger, and we recommit ourselves to building Canada where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. So, speaking of which, Dr. Jill Andrews, she was an NDP MPP here in Ontario. Just wanting to point this out. Forward cuts to OSAP come into effect today, Emancipation Day. It's ironic, one of the most significant tools to freedom is access to education. Black students and many others depend on OSAP grants and scholarship. Premier Ford, you've done them no favors with these cuts. Yes, I reported it at the time, but Doug Ford has decided to, so that OSAP is the Ontario Student something program. It's to help students pay for college and university. Student loans. That's the word I'm looking for, student loans. And Doug Ford recently made some massive changes to it, which means a lot of people who are planning to go to college and university simply now can't. And as Dr. Jill Andrew is saying, yes, a full education helps people, and it disproportionately affects people that comes from marginalized backgrounds, not being able to get OSAP, because it's usually people that come from privileged families that will now be able to afford the education. And so this completely disproportionately affects different groups of people. So a little bit more on that. Doug Ford's changes to OSAP are now in effect. Students say this will make post-secondary education less accessible. Where are we going to watch this video? I think this video was one that we were going to watch.
Joining me now is President of the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance, Rory Norris. Good morning, Rory. Thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me today.
So why has the Ontario government decided to reduce its share of OSAP grants?
I think that's a complicated question to answer. If you listen to the government, I think it ties into a lot of the other pieces that they're looking into currently around trying to balance the budget. When you ask students, on the other hand, though, I think they'll have a different answer for you. I think what we're hearing from students on the ground is that they are deeply concerned about what they see as cuts to OSAP, shifting the burden from, the school, from the organization of the government.
Okay, no, maybe I didn't want to listen to this. Just get to the meat of this. So somebody who's now worried because, again, it disproportionately affects people from marginalized backgrounds. So Selena feels like she's now stuck between two choices: continuing with the final semester of her program and taking on even more debt, or quitting and applying for a job wherever she can to pay off what she already owes. The 30-year-old is currently in her second term at Cambridge College, studying to become a social worker who can eventually help others with drug rehabilitation. Selena says she has been relying on the OSAP since she started her program, as she has a disability that makes it challenging for her to work and go to school. It's kind of helped pay my tuition and my books so far. That's about what I get because I do live with my father due to my disability. She told CTV News, adding that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Last year, she said she received roughly $8,000 from the province, but with the upcoming changes to OSAP, her grant money will drop down to $1,000. As of August 1st, the province slashed the proportion of grants offered through OSAP, capping it at a maximum of 25%. Before Saturday, the province offered 85%. This isn't a minor change. This is like completely altering the ability for some people to be able to go to school. Like, this is a massive, massive change. It's not gradual. It's not something that people can maybe get caught up with. People who are already in school, in the process of going to school, now may have to quit before their education is done, as opposed to even being grandfathered into the old plan. This is just absolutely an attack on our education system. The province is also lifting a 7-year tuition freeze, which now allows some colleges and universities to raise the cost up to 2% each year over the next 3 years. The province spent about $1.7 billion on grants alone during the 2024-25 school year and spent an additional $1 billion for this current fiscal year. And so they're saying it's not sustainable while their ministers spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on luxury hotel rooms and meals and things of that sort. Not to mention Doug Ford. He loses billions of dollars all the fucking time. Billions. This province can afford it. Him saying otherwise is just an excuse. This province can absolutely afford it. In fact, post-secondary education should be free. Should be free. But they're going to make education here just as inaccessible as it is in the United States. And put, people who are in their 20s and their early 30s in debt for the rest of their lives. Not being able to buy a home, not being able to save up because, the compounding interest and all that sort of stuff. Because once you're in debt, it's exceedingly hard to get out of it. And it puts an anchor on these people for the rest of their lives, affecting, when they get a family, where they move, if they move, what kind of jobs they can get, all of that. Post-secondary education should be free. So moving on to, Mark Carney, not as great as some people think he is. Because, he's been talking to Premier Danielle Smith of Alberta. But do you think he's ever questioned her about, you're attacking trans kids and, maybe don't? He sits down and has really great conversations, friendly conversations with her about pipelines. But the absolute brutal attacks that she's doing on trans folks there, he doesn't say anything about. Rachel Gilmore is reporting on some of this. So we'll watch this, and then I'll link to her full video in the SandBox.
Parents of trans youth in Alberta, alongside advocacy groups, are calling on the federal government to launch an inquiry into the harms being caused by the province trampling on the rights of trans youth. Because here's the thing, right? While Prime Minister Mark Carney has, thankfully, still attended pride parades and affirmed his support for transgender people publicly on social media, he's failed to directly address Alberta's increasingly deadly agenda. Quite the opposite, in fact. Carney has been incredibly cozy with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. Just today, he made this joke alongside Smith.
The Premier said I think she regrets it. She's seen more of me than her husband. I'm pleased.
That was a choice. To make a sexual innuendo joke. Yeah.
This was Carney's 10th time in Alberta since winning the federal election a little over a year ago. Now, has he been heading there to talk to Smith about the increasing privatization of the healthcare system or the fact that she's been trampling on the rights of trans youth? No, for him, this is what all those visits mean.
It reflects how much Premier Smith and I and our governments are doing together, because we have shared ambitions and a shared sense of purpose and urgency to get things done.
But not shared interest in keeping healthcare universal or helping queer kids. That's not a shared interest.
So yeah, absent in any of these visits has been any real pushback on the province's disturbing agenda of rolling back the rights of trans youth. Now, parents of trans youth and advocacy groups are hoping to force the federal government to acknowledge these kids whose lives are being endangered as a result of Danielle Smith's policies. See, the policies that Smith has enacted are both unscientific and represent an attack on freedom.
And I have also done in-depth coverage of her policies on my channel throughout my live streams. And I probably clipped some of those too, back when I was still clipping videos, which I will be getting back to as soon as I'm done with those fucking TYT essays.
In a press release announcing this new push, Queer Momentum's Faye Johnstone said, quote, "We live in a country where trans Canadians living in Alberta face significant hardships accessing healthcare, education, and freedom compared to those living in other provinces. This is a national crisis looming in Alberta, and we need a federal inquiry immediately to determine what can be done and what's happening in our province." See, Smith's government has passed several laws that directly attack trans youth's ability to access life-saving medical care and prevent them from having their gender identity respected at school and on sports teams. These measures, Smith claimed at the time, are, quote, "in the best interests of children." It's a ludicrous claim considering she felt the need to use a clause that allows her to override charter rights for up to 5 years to shield the laws from legal challenge. She's also just factually wrong. On average, kids develop a strong sense of their gender.
Okay, so this clip is almost over, but like I said, I'll link to her full video on YouTube right here. There you go. Also, we'll go back. This is a Momentum petition again. So we are calling on the House of Commons to conduct an inquiry into the violation of charter protected rights in Alberta. The violation of charter protected rights anywhere should concern Canadians everywhere. In Alberta, transgender youth have had their charter protected rights and freedoms stripped away by callous and cruel provincial governments. Trans kids now have to go to school with fewer rights than their classmates. Medically necessary healthcare for transgender youth has been banned against the recommendation of Albertan physicians, and trans women and girls are now barred from participating in sport. At the same time, under the same agenda, stigma and hatred towards transgender people is rising. Parents are scared for their kids' safety and future in a province they love, but whose government has betrayed their families. In American states with anti-trans law, suicide attempts among trans youth rose by up to 72%. Danielle Smith is playing with fire, but it's trans kids who are getting burned. Youth are suffering. Families are struggling. Their stories deserve to be heard. Premier Danielle Smith won't listen, but the House of Commons can. So here is this petition. Please sign. And I will be doing that right after this, because again, I don't need you to be seeing my posticle. Moving along, we have here a potential for another strike of airline workers. So this happened not too long ago when Mark Carney first became like leader of the Liberals, and then they ended up using Section 107 to force them, or try to force them, back to work. And so basically making backroom deals with the CEOs and stuff like that to force workers back against their will, without, and again, in this country we should we have the freedom to bargain. That is something that's in our chartered protected rights. But they were using a little bit of a loophole. And so now talks are underway again. And Avi Lewis here, again, leader of the NDP, is saying, can we not use that, do that this time? Maybe not. So he says more than 99% of QP national cabin crew workers at WestJet voted in favor of a strike mandate. We've seen what Mark Carney does when workers legally exercise their rights. The Liberals have used Section 107 multiple times to stamp out worker power, forcing them back to work without a fair contract. WestJet workers have taken every step to win a deal, and now they may go on strike. The question is, will Liberals violate these workers' rights too? When Don Davies and Leah Gazan are calling on the Liberals, respect workers' collective bargaining rights and stop using Section 107. And this is the letter from Don Davies to Patty Hadju. Feel free to read it if you freeze the screen here and here. A little bit more on this. So Cristo Avalos is just also pointing this out because Patty Hadju here is saying, please see my statement on collective bargaining negotiations between QP and WestJet. And so she says, yeah, I'm there with QP and we're talking. And Christo's just saying, promise not to use back to work legislation so the collective bargaining process can play out. If the company knows you'll make a shady backroom deal with them, they won't talk in good faith with the workers, which is true. If the company knows that the government's going to go to bat for them, then what motivation do they have to actually do the bargaining part of that with the workers? Anyway, so I can close these, close this, keep that open so I can sign it, close and close. Okay. Then we'll be, actually, why don't I do that? Where was I? I was right there. Okay. Boom. Put that there so it's in one thing. Okay. Next we'll be moving on to some provincial, then AI, and then a couple of odds and ends stories. So we still have like 3 dockets to go. None of them, well, how long is the AI one? Okay, I'd say none of them are like terribly long, but you know, still a lot to get through. So first, checking SandBox. Okay, people thought that comment was cringe from Mark Carney. Yeah. I am curious for people who are currently hanging out in the SandBox, because I've been going back through my live streams since Carney got elected as Liberal leader, because I want to start cataloging all the controversies of him and Doug Ford, because after he got elected to Liberal leader, there was also the more recent election, provincial election here. And so the next time the elections come up, I want to be ready with all the controversies and stuff, as opposed to trying to have to remember what they are off the top of my head type thing. And so I've been going back and cataloging articles and stuff of things that they've done, policies, all that sort of stuff. And so I'm getting a flashback to some of my older live streams, and I realize I'm cramming in a hell of a lot more now than I used to. Like, I used to just cover a few topics each time and still manage to cover like 4 hours of just chit chat and whatnot. Whereas now I'm like, here's a bazillion articles and stuff in every single live stream. And I'm just wondering, is this good? Like, do you like my coverage of all this news? In like, ideally, yes, I'll start breaking it up and doing like maybe more live streams at a shorter length once I get that TYT project kind of off my plate. But would you rather I just really condense it down to just a few stories? Or do you like this more broad overlook, covering a more expansive what's happening in this country type stuff? Just kind of curious what you would say of that. Moomy, after Air Canada workers challenged their back to work order, I don't think the Liberals will want to try that again. They might try to get away with it. Yeah. So I'm just kind of wondering if you like this style of live stream, or for those who were around a year ago, if you want to go back to that style of live stream, if you even notice the difference. I don't know. To me, I was blown away by realizing, oh, you mean I haven't been doing this setup for over a year? Where I talk about international, federal, provincial, and then other stories. It's like, no, I haven't been doing that for over a year. I thought I had been. But, you know, I have like this weird thing about time. Like I have issues remembering when things happened. Because I remembered, oh yeah, I was trying to do this new hairdo with like the flip over at the side, like the part at the side, flipping it over. And I could have swore it was spring this year that I did it. No, it was spring last year that I did it. And that, you have no idea how much that is fucking with my brain. Because I really, like, what do you mean it was over a year ago that I did that with my hair? Like, no, it was spring. No, it was spring last year. But it's like, wow, okay. More than a year has gone on since then. Wow. Huh. And also just going over some of the stories from last year, it's like, wow, the news really does, it repeats and escalates. Because last year there was also issues about, you know, the US attacking Iran and other big stories that we seem to be still covering. And the stories just repeat, but they just keep on getting increasingly worse every time they repeat. So Rusty is saying long form is good. Atticus Among Us. I've been watching a guy for a couple years that he has 3 different streams and he's not all that tech savvy. Well, I will be doing more streams, probably breaking things up in the future, but yeah. So he does the short, medium, and long. Yeah. Well, I also plan on getting more content, like clipping videos from my live streams to put on my channel, as well as doing like shorter video essays, maybe on a topic that isn't necessarily related, maybe, I don't know. But then also, there's that thing that has been popping off on social media about how AI is destroying books to scan them and then they shred them. But that one, I want to do a video essay, like try to keep it short, around 15 to 20 minutes. But that's going to go on my other channel for art writing and all things creative, because I feel like that is far more related to that topic than it would be to this type thing. So I might be putting together a video about that shortly, but you know, it's a spoon thing. Whenever I have like the energy and motivation to work on something, I want it to be the TYT essay. And now that I can officially say I'm close to getting the initial draft done, I'm going to start hyper focusing on getting that done. So all my free time will go towards that, just so I can finally go like, because right now it's the sketchy money section, sketchy money issues. Then it's the wrap up, and then it's going through all my notes to make sure I've added and included everything that I want to. And then the initial draft will be done. So getting close. I do need to go in and insert things because, again, this essay has taken so long that it's like, yeah, I'm saying a lot of good things about Majority Report. Just want to put in the caveat that, as I wrote in my essay back then, that if they ever did something that I was against, you know, I'm not sycophantic, I would call them out. And I did with the Grand Platinum stuff. So, yeah, so I'll be throwing in that. But, you know, I'm still a Majority Report fan. I do not appreciate with how they handled that or continue to handle it and whatnot. And I'd love to have a conversation with them about it, but I don't think they have my number. So, yeah. Anyway, again, I wouldn't mind just unwinding a bit earlier if possible. And these dockets aren't terribly long, so why don't we just get right into the provincial news? You never guessed this, but it turns out the Ford government is very corrupt. Lots of corruption going on in there. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, so it turns out Ford received home visit from Rogers' CEO to talk about ticket legislation. So, you know, the whole resale and oh, fuck, what's the word? Scalping. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it turns out that, you know, Ford had a nice little sit-in with the CEO. He doesn't do that with regular folk. With regular folk, he gives out his cell phone number to do official government business on, which we'll never know about because he passed through the getting rid of the freedom of information. And even though he's done government business on his cell phone, he refers to turn it over. And so somehow that's still grandfathered into the freedom of information thing, despite a court order saying that he needed to. Anyway, covered that plenty on my channel. So I don't think we were watching this. Yeah. So just days after the Ford government tabled the 2026 budget, including a populist measure to cap the prices of resale tickets, the Premier received a personal visit from one of Canada's most powerful CEOs to discuss the law and its potential impacts. Huh. Yeah, that's some access issues there that, you know, the rich and powerful have access to him in the way the average person does not. Premier Doug Ford's itinerary, obtained by Global News through Freedom of Information laws, show Rogers CEO Tony Staffarani met with Ford and Minister of Public and Business Service Deliveries Stephen Crawford on March 29th. Sources said the hour-long meeting, which took place on a Sunday at Ford's Etobicoke home, was partly focused on the government's new ticket legislation, which prevents sellers from listing tickets above face value. As it tabled the legislation, the government promised that individuals and companies caught breaking the law could face massive fines. The rules are clear, and so are the consequences. The days of scalpers ripping people off in Ontario are done, Ford declared earlier this year. But, according to sources, for the company that owns Ontario major sports teams, including Toronto Maple Leafs, Toronto Raptors, Toronto FC, and Toronto Blue Jays, the law appeared to come with unintended consequences. Season ticket holders who bulk purchase seats at a discount rate months before a season begins could have difficulty reselling their tickets for high-value games. In effect, the law would penalize individuals who sell a portion of their tickets for a profit in order to subsidize the rest of their season ticket package. According to Ontario's itinerary commissioner, that person registered as a lobbyist on behalf of Rogers Communication for a range of issues that intersect with the provincial government. So on and so forth. Toss in a link in the SandBox if you want to finish reading up on this. It's just interesting how, you know, certain people have access to Doug Ford in the way that a lot of regular people don't. But interesting little coincidence that TDOT resident pointed out here. March 26, Tina Yazdani's last report was City News. March 29th, Doug Ford has private meeting with Rogers CEO. April 13th, Tina announces she was fired by City News, which is owned by Rogers. I'm sure that is just a coincidence, huh? Huh? Colin DeMello, just days after the Ford government tabled its ticket resale cap law, the Premier received a personal visit from Canada's most powerful CEO to discuss it. Just sheer coincidence, I imagine, that Tina was fired right after that meeting with the Rogers CEO. No quid pro quo there, huh? Yeah. Just corruption through and through. The rich and powerful get access to Doug Ford. The rest of the people, well, he doesn't care if you die on the streets. But Mike Schreiner, leader of the Ontario Greens, is pointing out, did you know there's a strike happening in Ontario right now? You wouldn't know if all you do is, you know, get your sources from mainstream media. And so Mike Schreiner is saying 4,000 social service workers are on strike across Ontario. They're holding our communities together with love and duct tape, while their real wages have fallen every year since 2018. You know, the year Doug Ford got in power. Poverty in this province is a policy choice. Join us on the ticket lines and help us send a message to Ford government workers and the people they serve are worth fighting for.
There are 4,000 social service workers on strike across Ontario. People who care for the most vulnerable in our communities, who work in developmental services, children's aid societies, public health care units, just there holding our community together with love and duct tape. And they need a government that says they're worth fighting for and the people they serve are worth fighting for. These workers have seen their wages fall every year since 2018, since they're not keeping up with the rate of inflation. In real terms, their wages have gone down over the last 7 years. And the Ford government refuses to act, to pay these workers the wages they deserve so they can care for the most vulnerable in our communities. 87% of these workers are women. A third are racialized. They're some of the most essential and underappreciated workers in Ontario. And sadly, 18% of them are working and living in poverty. They deserve fair wages, wages that actually keep up with inflation. This is a policy choice by the Ford government. Poverty in this province is a policy choice by the Ford government. And I encourage you to join us in supporting these workers by visiting a picket line and telling them that they're worth fighting for, by letting the people who they work for and care for know they're worth fighting for. Now's the time to send a message to the Premier that you want to live in a province that cares for our neighbors and our fellow citizens, pays these workers what they deserve, and ensures that the people who are the most vulnerable in our community receive the services they deserve. All right. You're all amazing. Worth fighting for. Worth fighting for. Worth fighting for.
Yeah, so there's that, but there could be more strikes in the very near future. So we'll skip down to this one. So from Tina Yazdani, who got fired by Rogers shortly after that secret meeting with Doug Ford. But she got hired by the Trillium, and she's actually a little bit more free to be a thorn in their side now. So she says some Ontario education contracts talks have stalled before they've even begun. The first fight isn't over wages or class sizes, it's over the bargaining rules themselves. OSSTF and OSBCU say the Ford government is trying to move more decisions from local bargaining tables to Queen Park. The dispute could delay talks for weeks or even months. So yes, there could be another teachers' strike coming up.
Traditionally and historically, we knew Ontario's education contract talks were going to be contentious this summer. But for some unions, the talks have stalled before even formally beginning, and they could be delayed for weeks or even months. Now, forget wages, forget class sizes, forget working conditions. Those aren't the issues right now. The first battle is over the bargaining rules themselves, specifically who gets to negotiate what. So before contract talks can officially begin, unions, school boards, and the province have to agree on which issues belong at the provincial bargaining table and which ones belong at the local table. Two major education unions said they couldn't even get past that first step. The Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation and the Ontario School Board Council of Unions, accusing the Ford government of trying to move issues that have traditionally and historically been negotiated at the local level to the provincial level, something they say will take power away from local unions and school boards and give it to Queen's Park. One of the issues, for example, is transfer, redundancy, and layoff language. Another is unpaid leaves of absence. They say that issue has always been negotiated locally because every individual school board has different needs. Now, instead of bargaining over pay or classroom supports, the fight is headed to the Ontario Labour Relations Board, and they will decide who gets to negotiate what. The unions say that that process could delay bargaining for weeks or even months. Education Minister Paul Calandra said in the spring that he was confident that deals could be reached by September, but this delay has obviously cast some doubt on that. I'll be watching to see what the Labour Board decides because that decision could really shape the rest of this round of bargaining. You can find more on this story at thetrillium.ca.
It's neat. She still wears a classic watch. Anyway, so there's been some updates. New statement from Education Minister Paul Calandra. Hi, Tina. Please see Minister Calandra's statement below. Our priority has always been reaching a negotiated agreement that puts student achievement first. That is why our government and Ontario school boards are proposing to negotiate critical issues at the central table. And despite asking for an early start to bargaining, certain unions have chosen to pause bargaining only weeks after it began. We respect the Ontario Labour Regulations Board process, and we look forward to getting back to the table and negotiate a deal in the best interests of students, parents, and educators. And there has been an update. So Tina says the union representing elementary school teachers has also reached a bargaining impasse. Talks are paused while it takes the same dispute over central versus local bargaining to the Ontario Labour Regulations Board, joining the other unions. So, last week, I was covering some big corruption news coming out of Ontario government, like how, there was lots of the ministers just going around spending tens of thousands up to hundreds of thousands of dollars on swanky hotel rooms and meals and stuff. And my theory is some of them were having affairs. That's my opinion, because some of these ministers were paying for hotel rooms when they had a 20-minute drive back home, but they had to stay late, and they even have fucking chauffeurs. But they got a hotel that was closer to the Queen's Park for the night. And some of those hotel rooms were booked on nights that there weren't late sittings happening at Queen's Park. I'm thinking some of them were having affairs. And Doug Ford also gave them the green light to do this, but then when it got publicly released what was happening, Doug Ford's like, they're going to pay back every penny. So he claims that he's always been upfront with the people, that he's the oh fuck, what's the word? It's like, he doesn't charge the taxpayers for unnecessary expenses, He's the cheapest, he says. But Ford flew short haul across southern Ontario as jet purchase was finalized. As civil servants raced to finalize the purchase of a private jet for Ontario's Premier, Doug Ford was crisscrossing the province on an OPP plane. Schedules obtained by Global News using Freedom of Information laws revealed that in a month and a half, Ford took 4 short-haul domestic flights on the plane and chartered a jet to travel to Texas. Between the beginning of March and mid-April, Ford flew in and out of Windsor, Kingston, North Bay, and Ottawa, each in a single day. Decisions about travel are made on a case-by-case basis, depending on security, scheduling, availability of commercial flights, and the availability of the OPP aircraft. More on that in a moment. The Premier's office wrote in a short-term statement. The revelations come as the Premier tries to get control of a spending scandal in his party, driven by some MPPs expensing hotels to the taxpayers instead of driving home at the end of the day. Lambasting his MPPs for their spending last week, Ford pointed to his own decisions as evidence he is more careful with public money. Maybe what you should do is look into my expenses and find out that I have 0 expenses, he told reporters, the only premier in the history of the province. Well, you'd see, Dougie, we would do that, except you got rid of the freedom of information shit. So we can't do that because of the policies you put in place to hide what you were doing. So the cost of operating the OPP jet to fly across southern Ontario is unclear. More on that in a moment. And the Premier's office did not disclose it when asked. Itineraries suggest the Premier boards the plane through the charter company Toronto Pearson International Airport. So on and so forth. So yes, corruption to the fullest. And then talking about some of the other ministers and what they were doing. But Premier Doug Ford has billed Ontario taxpayers $44,000 despite claims of zero expenses. Not shocking to anyone, but it would seem like he lied. Totally lying. Over his 8 years in office, Premier Doug Ford has billed Ontario taxpayers more than $44,000 in airfare, hotels, meals, despite recently claiming that he has zero public expenses. As the Ford government weathers an expense scandal, the Premier invites reporters to look into his expenses, saying, yeah, he's the only one to have zero expenses. But an analysis of his publicly available expenses document shows 90 individual expense claims filed between July 2018 and February 2022, including $26,000 on airfares, over almost $18,000 on accommodations, and $445 on food. All the expenses were incurred while Ford was traveling in his role as Premier, either with the province of Canada or to the United States for various trade missions and meetings with other premiers. Ford's meals expenses also include a $5.85 charge when the Premier traveled to Columbus, to Ohio for a trade mission in 2019. Now, I'm not against official government business being paid to the taxpayer, that kind of goes with it. But to claim you have zero expenses when you have over $40,000 in expenses? Asked by 680 News Radio why Ford claimed to have zero expenses, the Premier office said every expense listed was related to government business, only not necessarily. The Premier's work-related travel expenses are independently approved in accordance with the allowable expenses for cabinet minister and opposition leader guideline, they said. Following the revelation, NDP leaders Marit Stiles and Ford has lied to the people of Ontario again. Not only has he clearly expended items during his time as Premier, but that doesn't even count all of the access that he has to ministers and government budgets where we don't even necessarily see those numbers. So one of the things that Ford is doing, though, is that he will go down, not necessarily on official Ontario business, to a place like Florida, but then sneak in a little like convention meeting or something like that, so then he can say like, this is totally, the entire thing was totally taxpayer responsibility to pay for, even though it was for his own political party agenda as opposed to the province of Ontario. So interim leader, Liberal leader John Fraser has stronger words for condemnation to add. Having expenses is reasonable, but saying you don't and then you're the greatest in history with no expenses is kind of like the Premier is believing his own BS these days, which is not a good sign, he said. The Ford government expenses have been in the spotlight in recent weeks because of the MPPs. But this is what I was talking about. Premier Ford charged taxpayers for Florida trip to attend a union conference at Disney. Ontario Premier Doug Ford billed taxpayers for a flight to Orlando, Florida last summer to attend a conference at a private sector union that has repeatedly endorsed the Progressive Conservative Party and received millions in government funding. Now, you see, that's not official Ontario business. That is his own political party business that should not be billed to taxpayers. The province's travel, meal, and hospitality expense disclosure list shows 4 individuals. Ford, along with Labour Minister David and 2 staffers, expensed commercial flights and hotels totaling over $11,000 for the trip in mid-July 2025. While Ford and the minister listed the reason as travel to attend ministry-related international mission, social media videos show the pair of politicians at the Luna International Leadership Conference held between July 14th and 16th at Walt Disney Beach Club and Resort in Orlando. Ford, who was welcomed onto the main stage to chants and applause from the Assembly's delegates, gave a keynote address and extolled the relationship between the union and the PC government, calling Luna a like-minded private sector union whose cross-border membership underscores how the US and Canada can work together. The revelation comes as Ford insists that he stayed true to his political penny-pinching ways. Well, you see, he can't because we don't have pennies. Anyway, just a little bit more in corruption. And the Ford government is escalating its infrastructure fight with Ottawa. Oh, no, is that... Oh, maybe it's in there. Is this where it says it? I have to do Control F, OPP. Commercial flights here. So while the premier was routinely flying across the province in an OPP-owned plane or chartered aircraft during much of the 2025, that was the one time that he went for commercial airfare. So he's been transported by the cops around the province a lot. So he can't get his private jet. He doesn't really want to fly commercial unless he absolutely have to. So he gets the OPP jet to fly him around. That just strikes me as being highly inappropriate. That the OPP is doing this for him on the taxpayer dime. I think there was more on it. Yeah, somebody else covered more on just how much he was using the OPP jet, and it's absolutely ridiculous. Again, just seems like it shouldn't be allowed to do that sort of thing. Anyway, here we go. Ford government is escalating its infrastructure fight with Ottawa, threatening to rescind support for federal high-speed rail line after the Carney government said it would block the expansion of Toronto's Island Airport. So I reported last week that the Billy Bishop Airport expansion was not going through, partly because of like the 87,000 people who signed the petition saying don't do this. The Ford government is saying, yeah, we're still gonna go through with it. And if the federal government doesn't help us out, then we're not going to help them out with something that is absolutely needed in this province, high-speed rail. That is absolutely an infrastructure project I can get behind. But Doug Ford just wanted, airport that was closer to his office. And this is from Colin DeMello.
It's a multi-planed political fight over the future of two major transportation projects. Days after the federal government said it wouldn't approve the expansion of Toronto's Island Airport over public pushback.
We have to be sensitive to those concerns. We have to take them into account. We have to move with great caution.
The Ford government is punching back, suggesting Ontario might pull its support for a high-speed rail line being pushed by the federal government. The war of words began on Tuesday when Ontario's transportation minister accused the Carney government of caving to a fringe group opposed to the expansion.
Prime Minister Carney and his team want to, this is how they're going to treat bigger projects. I don't think you'll get much built.
The next day, the Progressive Conservatives' Eastern Ontario caucus released a statement about Alto, the federal project that's receiving pushback of its own. Public confidence in major infrastructure projects depends on meaningful consultation, the statement said. In the case of Alto, too many questions remain unanswered, too many voices have been ignored. The implicit warning: if the federal government doesn't support Ford's plans for the Island Airport, Ford won't support Carney's plans for high-speed rail. Ottawa appears to be unfazed.
I'm very confident as we move on that not that there won't be controversy, not that there won't be concerns, of course, but that this is a project that makes Canadians dream, that will improve their life.
But even as the Ontario government vows to push ahead on the expansion, Ford finds himself in a three-pronged fight: the federal government, thousands of local residents, and the City of Toronto.
Ultimately, who makes the final decision? The federal government. So they've said no. The province can imagine whatever they want to and spend money doing whatever they want to, but for us, it's a no.
The question now: who will be the first to back down?
So I do not trust the federal government in this, not one bit. It wouldn't surprise me if they just, as soon as the heat dies down, said, no, you can go on with the expansion. We're okay with it. So here we have more from Colin DeMello just saying the City of Toronto motion that officially asked the Ford government to repeal Bill 110, which allowed the province to expropriate the island airport lands. The Toronto, so he used under Bill C5, where he could just take the land because of a provincial project or whatever. So he stole the land. So now the mayor of Toronto is saying, so can we have it back now? But like I said, I don't think this is done. Even though, again, the people overwhelmingly don't want this. I don't think this is a done deal where it's not going to happen. So the transportation minister has already said, we look forward to continuing to work to advance the Billy Bishop Airport, the expansion of Billy Bishop Airport. So they're still looking for a way to do it and hoping that the federal government will stop them. Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on it. Because generally speaking, the federal government is on board with conservative projects. But Olivia Chow, mayor of Toronto, is just saying that this is the motion saying rescind that bill to give the land back to the city. And there's a new petition out there right now too. This one right here, and the NDP of Ontario are sending it out, which is just, Toronto said no to Doug Ford's jets and won, but the law he used to seize the Toronto island is still on the books, and he says he still wants this. Tell Doug Ford to repeal Bill 10 now. Send an email, all that sort of stuff. So I will toss this link into the SandBox, which I will also be doing when this is done. I have a lot of links to be filling out. And so just one more in the provincial docket of how Doug Ford doesn't listen to people. I won't be reading over this whole article. The Norwell, great organization. Leaked analysis show 98.98% opposition to Ontario's newest at-risk species laws. Confusion and concerns about negative impacts on Ontario's biodiversity and ecological integrity reveals in comments on the Doug Ford government's plan to replace the Endangered Species Act. So the summary of this is, in 2025, the government under Premier Ford replaced the long-standing Endangered Species Act with the less stringent Species Conservation Act despite significant opposition. Internal analysis from the Ministry of Environment, Conservations and Parks, viewed by the Norwell and validated by several sources, illustrates the level of concern the proposal saw. Of 17,000 comments made in response to the new at-risk species laws, 98.98% were opposed. Worth reading. What's happening to the environment here. We'll be touching on that a little bit more with the AI docket. But yeah. Feel free to continue reading up on that if you so like. Back to the main shot. Because I still have 2 dockets to go through. And I'm starting to lose steam. Okay, so I need to leave that petition open or email so that I can do that after this. I'll add it with the other ones. Over here. There we go. So let's see. Do I want to do the AI next or the other kind of stories? I think I'll do the AI next. Oh, but first, we're going to check the SandBox. And participating in the SandBox, commenting and stuff, it really helps in the algorithm and it doesn't cost you a thing. So feel free to drop comments and I will hopefully at least acknowledge some of you. Let's see. The Wild West saying, it's nice to get the news from someone who doesn't stress me out with their delivery. Thank you. And you'd also like it if I were on every day, but I know that's not realistic, too much work. Yeah, a bit much. But I do hope to increase the amount of times that I'm on once the TYT project is done. Because that has really taken a lot of my brain power, a lot of my creative energy and stuff. But once the initial draft is done, which I'm close to getting done, I'll probably take a little bit of a break from it. I'm going to be re-editing my book, Necroplasm. like I said, you need to buy it now, but don't read it. Because this will be a collector's edition. Because there's things in here that I'll be changing that will make a lot of sense. You'll know what I'm talking about if you read the book in the last chapter. So then this one would be like a collector's edition with the language in it. But since I'm going to be plugging my book on my TYT essays, and the hope that the TYT essays actually do some numbers, I want to have the new edition out by the time the essays come out. And I will also, just like I said, need a break from the TYT essay, and so I'll get into that. I just need to figure out a few more of the character names. The vampire names have been coming to me slowly, the full names. I think right now, Raphael and Michael Vincent and Minuet. Okay, so all of them, I have their full names. But I still am working on Danielle, Lucas, Annette, and Alex. Those are the vampires that are really named in the book. And so I need to work on their full names of Lucas, Danielle, Annette, and Alex. I have part names for all but Annette. And so I don't know what Annette's full vampirish name is yet. It's how I work on it. And then the names just kind of come to me, and then sometimes I can hear it in my head, but it takes me a while to figure out how to actually pronounce it myself. I don't know how that works, but it's a thing. It's a thing. Vincent's name in particular is very tricky to pronounce. Because I want their names to not sound like they came from a country. Because normally with like a vampiric language or something, they sound very European. Or, made up languages by white authors like myself tend to sound, again, very European in origin. But the vampires come from all around the world. And the oldest are 4,200 years old. So they were around before a lot of today's languages were spoken. They were around before all of today's languages were spoken, at least with how we're familiar with them. And so I wanted a language that sounds like there are elements from all sorts of languages from all around the world. And so sounds that would be made in different languages would be incorporated into this. I've started to understand how their language is actually printed. And I'm like looking at myself like, I'm going to have to invent my own fucking language for this. Because the way I'm seeing it in my head is that it's a combination of letters and symbols. So there are letters for phonics. So a sound equals this letter. But some commonly used words have their own letter, so to speak. I think that's more common in like Mandarin or something where a word is its own letter. And so commonly used words have their own symbol. And those are usually drawn in little boxes. And then it's in columns. It's not done horizontal, it's done vertical. And so it's a combination of words that have their own symbols plus phonically spoken letters. And then the way that the sentences are broken are just with like a line as opposed to a period type thing. And yeah, trying to figure out the grammar that they use and everything, it's pretty complex. But names are done in boxes or emphasizing in different boxes, and then lines down the side could be for quotations and all that sort of stuff. I haven't deciphered their language yet. I'm working on it. So you want to buy the current version. It'll be a collector's edition, but don't read it. But if you have read it, don't worry, because nothing in the plot has changed. The plot is the same. It's just a whole bunch of little details that are more relevant for the prequels and the sequels. If you have already bought it or buy it before the new edition is out, if you show me proof of purchase, I will send you one at the cost of shipping, a new edition at the cost of shipping, plus a gift. And that gift being either a personalized queer maple leaf like this one, or Palestine one. Be tucked in the book for you. So you can get a queer flag on a maple leaf, personalized with your name. I got another example right here. Ah, there we go. Ah. Something like this. Or this one will come in it. And of course it will be signed by me as well. So that's a bargain. That's a bargain. Because I feel really guilty for people who've already invested in it and then be like, well, here's another one. But at a very, very bare minimum, email me and I'll send you a PDF of all the changes that I make above and beyond like a little grammatical change type thing so that you know what all the detailed changes are. So before I get off on too much of a tangent, let's get back to the sandbox. I do want to clear out my dockets as soon as possible because I still need to like eat dinner and stuff. It's been a stressful week. We'll chit chat afterwards. Let's see. Hello, Looney Tunes. Welcome to the sandbox. And Trevor Borns, welcome. Moomy, I'd like it better if you're shorter because I feel guilty about leaving for another channel which goes live at 9. Don't worry about it. Because you can always go back and finish watching my live streams later on, and then that's like 2 views. It increases the views when you do that. Let's see. Trevor saying they are axing over 100 positions at my hospital thanks to Doug Ford. I covered some of that, I think, I cover that sort of thing regularly on my channel. Been cataloging a lot of those articles because, like I said, I've been trying to go back since he was elected last time. And since Mark Carney was elected, I'm going through my live streams to find the articles and stuff about all of their controversy, the cuts, the AI, the things that we don't want, all of that sort of stuff. You know, bending over for the Americans and all that sort of stuff. And I'm cataloging all these links so that when the next election comes up, I can do a better job of being like, remember when? Because I did that for Ontario's last election. But I think I was still struggling to remember a lot of what had happened. So I think this will make for a whole bunch of like video essays. But like, remember when, or here's the history of like Mark Carney and AI. Here's the history since the last election of Doug Ford with healthcare. And so it'd be a more comprehensive video one-off about a specific topic type thing, as opposed to here's just a reminder of a whole bunch of headlines. Let's see. Who is asking? Let's see. Hello, Mike working for Green. When did he do this? Sorry, I'm not from Ontario. You'll have to narrow that down. Hello, Will Sylvan. Welcome to the sandbox. Who did what when? I'm pretty sure they don't have a rap playlist, Atticus Among Us. I'm an OPP. Yeah, you know me. Let's see. Somebody was asking. Yeah, I saw AOC on the Majority Report. I forget who was asking it. Where was that? Saw it out of the corner of my... Oh, there you go. For Musty, did you hear the Emma AOC interview? I saw it. It was a bit cozy. Personally, as somebody who's in this field, you shouldn't really be giving interviews to politicians you're friendly with. Like, I can understand why you do that and stuff, but it's not like AOC needs the platform. It's nice. But yeah, it's Yeah, that's just my opinion. Because I'm all for giving interviews to different politicians and stuff like that, certain candidates and whatnot. But you see, I'm trying to think, like, in the future, would there be a politician that I'm so over the top with? But the thing is that I'm detached from the politicians and candidates. Like, even Sarah Jama, whom I was a huge fan of, and I would support and stuff like that. If there was something, I would still ask her, like, a hard question. And I feel like there could have been harder questions, but I can understand not wanting to necessarily ask them. But like, if I got any leader onto my channel, there's maybe tougher questions I would ask them than other people. I don't know. Because I'm trying to think if there's a politician where I would just do a completely softball interview with. And I'm too autistic for that type of loyalty, I think. It's not my branch of autism. I don't have loyalty to people. I have loyalty to policies. And just like I'm going to have to go back and tweak my TYT essays because, you know, I have lots of glowing things to say about the majority report, but I'm also going to point out I'm not a sycophant. You know, I called them out for the Rand Plattner stuff, and I'm still kind of disappointed with it. But to me, that's not enough to detract from all the good they do. It doesn't help. I wish they would resolve it, but they're still a majority good. And I'm still a fan of the majority report. Let's see. Hello, Morbius. Did I say hi? If not, hi. Yes, becoming a member really does help the algorithms, Looney Tunes. Will Sullivan, I guess Tolkien was a philologist, aka language dude. Yeah, I'm not so much, but Will Sullivan says I have a first edition. Nice. Yeah, so once the new edition comes out, you just email me with proof of purchase, and at the charge of shipping, you'll get a new edition signed with a little gift in it. And a PDF just letting you know where all the changes are. And again, it's the changes in the details. The plot is completely the same. Coach Banny, welcome to the SandBox. The only positive news coming from Tim Houston is Lockheed Martin is expanding and the RCMP is getting more money. We are so cooked. Sorry to hear that. That's Nova Scotia, I believe. That just reminded me of Tim Horton. I know. Crazy how you get those two mixed up all the time. I'm going to be covering something from them. Tim Hortons. In the next docket after the AI. Mike working for Green. I always thought Sarah Jama crossed the line into anti-Semitism. No, absolutely not. Depending on where you get your media from, that's how they portray it. But no, absolutely, she did not. You can read her statement that she released days after October 7th and stuff. And, you know, basically her crime was saying, treating Palestinians also like humans, but also saying that what happened was a tragedy on October 7th and calling for de-escalation right out the gate was her crime. But no, she didn't do anything anti-Semitic. But yeah, depending on the news outlets or the commentators online that you listen to, anyone who was overtly pro-Palestinian very close after October 7th was seen as anti-Semitic, even when they still condemned what happened on October 7th. They were still seen as being anti-Semitic for saying, could you maybe not do a genocide? Okay, so I have an AI docket to go over. And it does tie into some Canadian AI stuff. So let's get to that, shall we? So CNN, is AI making your life more expensive? Here's how. Oh, AI is making your life more expensive. Here's how. I think we all know this. I think we all know this by now. AI is just absolutely destroying this fucking planet. In the next docket, we'll get into some other things and how the world could have been. But this, the AI apocalypse is here. I'm trying to figure out who the 4 horsemen are. So far I have, like, there's the environment destruction horseman, the enriching the rich horseman, the way that it causes people to become more stupid horsemen, and the theft of creativity. I need to think of catchy names for all 4 of those horsemen. And I think that encompasses pretty much all the reasons why I despise AI. AI is raising prices for Americans and Canadians, and not just electricity bills. Major technological innovations carry the potential to transform economies by creating opportunities, jobs, and even new industries while supercharging productivity and growth. Now, keep in mind, there's a dual line of attack happening here. So AI is going to be increasing charges, like increasing prices of water and electricity and all that sort of stuff. At the same time, they're lowering the quality of product you're getting from online stuff, and they're taking jobs. So you're losing out on income at the same time prices are rising in other areas while getting shittier quality stuff. However, that promise of longer-term gains is often preceded by short-term and medium-term pain. In the case of artificial intelligence, that has included job losses, slower wage growth, widening wealth inequality, and especially in recent months, higher inflation. Recent data shows that the gargantuan interest and investment in AI adoption, estimated to be around $750 billion for this year alone. When it comes to housing, when it comes to tuition, when it comes to healthcare, it could have all been paid for. It could have all. And the other frustrating thing about, these massive buildings of sudden builds of like AI data centers is proof the housing crisis is artificial. Because if they can go around and build all these data centers at such a rapid rate, they could have been building housing. So have pushed a variety of prices higher, lifting overall inflation in the process. The higher inflation means the households must spend just over $375 more to purchase the same goods and services they did this time last year due to AI's fuck. I've been talking too much. It makes it harder for me to say words. Inflationary impact. Mark, chief economist at Moody's Analytics, wrote in an email to CNN. The good news, AI is still just a minor contributor, an estimated 0.2 percentage points of overall inflation, and the impacts are currently limited to a handful of categories. Try living near one. But the not so good news, AI is pushing inflation higher and further, compounding long-standing affordability concerns in the process. Plus, these prices pressures aren't expected to go away anytime soon, and they very well could broaden. That potential dynamic has Federal Reserve officials, including the central bank new chairman, on alert. And so you got electricity, memory chips, computer hardware and software going up, construction costs and wages. So I'll toss this into the SandBox if you wanted to finish reading up on this article. But moving on, people are not happy and they are absolutely protesting. And because these protests go against Capitol, the police are cracking down. Not shocking. It's amazing how the police will instantly arrest a certain group of people, but let other groups of people get away with literally bloody murder at times. So people in the United States, in Canada, despise these AI data centers. And so They are protesting at city council meetings and wherever they can. So here we have a high school teacher in Kansas was arrested for clapping in opposition to a proposed data center during city council meeting. So they're having to find ways to crack down on people to make it not so obvious that they hate it. It's kind of like I had just covered what's happening in the UK with the Palestine Action protesters, where clapping on the street was getting them arrested as a fucking terrorist. That soon coming to America, where it's not just that you'll be arrested as a terrorist if you clap in opposition to AI data centers.
The table belongs to us. Thank you.
All right, next one. Ask them to leave. Can I say that? Chief, will you take the next person out that claps or anything, please? Thank you.
Trying to give a speech while your partner's being arrested for simply supporting you? Wow.
Are multi-billionaires from Silicon Valley. Why is it okay for them to skip out on the taxes?
It was very clear at the beginning that each person is given their 2 minutes, and we're trying to be respectful of that. Snapping, clapping, any other rude comments or anything, we will ask you to leave. You've been.
Don't you dare support the speakers who are talking against us, because we have signed NDAs with these data centers and we're still going to do them whether you want them or not.
Been finally warned, and we're done.
You guys all should be literally ashamed of yourselves. Kids don't want this. The community don't want this. The only one who this stands to compensate or to get what benefit from this is, it seems like, you guys. And we're all remembering this come election. Do what's right.
All right, next on the row. Waving at us distracts us. So.
Oh, now you can't wave either.
I'm trying to focus on the speaker.
If you approve this, you'll be going against the people that voted you into those chairs. Put us in front of money, put us in front of special matters, put us in front of you. We are who matter. We are the people, and the table belongs to us. Thank you.
All right, next one. Ask them to leave. Can I say that? Chief, will you take the next person out that claps or anything, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, now we're going to rescue because you clapped. And so here we have somebody tweeting out, police slam a 26-year-old woman to the ground for speaking out against proposed data center in her town. Then she was the one handcuffed and arrested for disorderly conduct. Crowd was yelling, "Let us speak," after board commissioners ended a public comment. 3 people were arrested and many more were forcibly removed from the meeting room by police. Abigail is a certified nursing assistant and specializes in working with children. She attended the public meeting to speak out against Project Jupiter, a large Oracle-linked AI data center. Incident occurred at Doña Ana County, New Mexico. Emily doesn't have an active account on this platform, so posting first full-length crediting video here to help raise awareness. And this is one of the few issues that really does go across any sort of political line, because it doesn't matter where you fall on the political spectrum, nobody wants these near them. Nobody. It destroys your quality of life with the noise, the pollution, and again, I'm against AI in principle on so many different levels, and the facts that it just, again, it shows that when it comes to major infrastructure projects, our countries can get their shit together if they wanted to. When it comes to roads, high-speed rail, housing, all of that could be fixed. Instead, they're pouring all these hundreds of billions of dollars into these fucking AI centers that nobody wants. And that will soon be obsolete because the AI bubble is going to collapse, or people find a way around. Like, it's just, yeah. I'm so fucking frustrated with AI.
Organized labor deserves more chances in Doña County. Amen. Organized labor deserves more chances in Doña County besides fucking. We support organized labor.
Okay, so moving on to Tina Yazdani, who's saying Ontario may be home to the largest share of AI data centers in Canada, and proposals for new ones in GTA are piling up, but the Ford government has yet to unveil the rules governing which projects gets approved and which get rejected. My exchange with Energy Minister Stephen Lecce here, because I had heard that Alberta was the one paving the way, but nope, turns out Ontario. I can't say I'm shocked that, Ontario and Alberta are leading the way with AI data centers.
Did you know that Ontario is currently home to the largest share of active AI data centers in Canada? Ontario has...
I did not know that. I thought it was Alberta.
Roughly 41% of the country's 194 operational facilities, and there are more on the way. Municipalities across the province, mostly in the Greater Toronto Area, are being hit with a wave of new data center proposals. Now, the Ford government says not all AI data centers will get the green light, but they have yet to publicly release the rules that will establish which data centers will get approved and which ones will be rejected. This is forcing cities to shoulder the burden of evaluating complex proposals on their own with no broad provincial framework to guide them. And critics say there is so much to consider. Opponents point to concerns around power use, water supply, environmental impact, noise, and infrastructure capacity, to name a few, while proponents argue these centers could pump billions in high-tech investment into Ontario. I want to share my exchange with Ontario's Energy Minister Stephen Lecce earlier today. He says his government has taken action, giving itself the power to refuse grid access to companies that don't benefit the community. But he did confirm clear guardrails have yet to be unveiled. Here's our back and forth. Why hasn't your government set out any guardrails or criteria kind of establishing which companies are going to have access to Ontario's grid?
A year ago, the government passed Bill 40. We now have the right to say no. That's an important tool as we see data centers, these requests happening across municipalities. The second principle is Bill 40 codifies, or at least it communicates the clear intention that if you want to enter the grid, you need to pay 100% of the cost of power, of the generation costs and the transmission costs.
Is that the only criteria, though, then, for a company to have access to the grid, is that they will pay 100% of the cost, or are there other criteria?
The Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade is unveiling a broader framework for digital infrastructure. This is much bigger than power, but I know we played a really important role here. We think there's a few fundamental principles, like the community's got to have a role, there's got to be benefit for the community, there's got to be 100% of the power cost paid by the company. These are some of the areas where the Premier and government has...
Well, you see, here's the trick then. AI data centers do not benefit the community at all. So under that premise, none should be made.
Signaled a priority, and I think what you'll see is a plan that will be unveiled that will codify each of those elements.
Concerned, though, that that framework isn't out yet when municipalities are struggling to make these decisions right now?
I think the municipalities, like industry and investors, the ISO, they all know clearly where we stand. We passed a bill 1 year ago to signal our intent.
There is much more to this story, including which GTA municipalities are currently looking at proposals and which ones are considering a moratorium at thetrillium.ca.
So here we have 905 Hub. A Mississauga resident delivered a blistering deputation at City Hall on Wednesday, challenging council over proposed Data center. She questioned why corporations like them get direct access to mayors while residents are left out. Called out the mayor for signing a bill. She claimed the mayor didn't understand and warned council that residents will remember how they vote come October. The crowd applauded throughout.
Wise to remember that.
Oh, just to warn you, this video is super duper quiet. So raise the volume. And then I'll give you a beat when this is done to lower the volume because I don't have a way of increasing it any more than what you're going to hear. So it's super duper quiet. So just increase the volume on your end after I'm done talking so you don't blast your ears out.
You all work for us as public servants. It begs the question, is the net benefit actually local or primarily corporate? Also, regarding Bill 40, why did you sign a bill that you clearly don't understand?
Excuse me, I did understand it before I signed it. I'm just trying to find out if the rest of the staff understood it. I'd never sign anything unless I understand it, and it was a bonus for all the hydro users in Ontario.
Who could be a higher priority to you than the residents you represent? Why are corporations allowed special meetings with the mayor and city council while we, your constituents, are drip-fed information from other sources and left to deal with the consequences? Also, to Ali Riza, if you've been in the community for 20 years, you should know that we don't want a data center. But Prologis hasn't talked to the community at all. All these decisions form a pattern. City Council has chosen to support corporations over the people that put them in power. You should be wise to remember that you all work for us as public servants. Many of us are too busy working multiple jobs to pay our high property taxes, hydro bills, and constantly rising public transit fees to come to a city council meeting at 8:30 a.m. in the middle of a work week. Based on the uproar at Martin Reed's town hall last month, I imagine it must be difficult for councillors to face the thousands of angry residents being told that this 220,000 square foot atrocity is being built in our backyard without our consent, which, by the way, is almost the same size as 4 American football fields. But just know that those same residents, come October, will remember and will be helped to remember which way their city councillors and honorable mayor decided to vote today and will act accordingly. You claim that your facility is harmless, then prove it. Support the moratorium and show that it meets all the performance standards that a safe and sustainable data center should. Be an example of industrial excellence in the GTA and show that you care for the future of Mississauga and its residents, not just for votes during the upcoming election. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully if you turn the volume back down. So more protests have been happening. So Ontario, there's plans to build AI hyperscale data centers in Scarborough, Mississauga, and Oakville, some of the most heavily populated cities. Tomorrow, July 29th, which was a couple days ago, City Hall meetings will be held for Scarborough, Mississauga. Call your city councilors, males, and turn out for the rallies. So I'm just going to put this link into the SandBox so that you can watch what all these people are saying about this. But here's the thing, as she was saying, when it comes to voting in October, is we will have our municipal elections, and that happens across the province all at the same time. Look into your municipality, because here we have from CTV News, when it comes to like Waterloo region, Kitchener-Waterloo, uncontested races dominate municipal election field in Waterloo region. So with just weeks left left before August 21st, municipal nomination deadline, 19 council races across Waterloo region lack competitive contests. Now, it might be difficult for you to run in the election against someone. What you need to look for is this: vacant races. So there are some positions where no one has stepped up to put their name forth yet. I'm not in any of these townships, so I can't really put my name in. But you wait till the deadline and you go put your name in there, you get acclaimed into that position. You don't have to run against anyone. So be sure to check out your local municipality to see if there's any position that doesn't have anyone running in it, feel free to put your name forth. Or if there is just one person, feel free to put your name forth and actually run in municipal elections, because municipal elections, that's where these data centers can be stopped, is at the municipal level, because the cities have to allow this to happen. And so if you're really against this, then you need to get in at the municipal level, or at least at a bare minimum, support council members that are against data AI centers, because this is so critical in so many different ways. It's not just the energy. It's not just the noise. Chemical spill at Cambridge data center. This is from the Waterloo region. Crews continue to clean up undisclosed chemical leaking from Cambridge data center. They're not even telling us what it was. Crews continued to clean up a chemical spill at a data center in Cambridge more than a week after it was first discovered. Since July 19th, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, along with the region of Waterloo, have been trying to clean up a leak from an undisclosed chemical seeping from a property of the largest data center in Waterloo region. Pumps and hoses run through an undeveloped area on Maple Grove Road in Cambridge, directly across from Ascenti Tory whatever data center, pumping water from the drain into large storage containers that have been brought on site. An unusual and unpleasant smell still lingers near the pumps that sits atop the wall of sandbags and are preventing additional spillage into the wastewater system. Workers at the spill site confirmed the pipe belongs to the center company, which owns the 60-megawatt data center and houses cloud and AI companies. The company did not provide any information about what was leaked into the water or where it came from. The company tasked with cleaning up the spill is GFL Environmental Inc. As of Monday morning, the company had multiple pumps, around 7 frac tanks lined up at a gravel area at Maple Grove Road. The workers did not provide any details about the spill, but said to contact the property owner for more information. Despite multiple attempts, they did not respond. Oh, and they've made promises that this isn't going to affect the drinking water. That's my watershed. I know the street this is on. I didn't know they had built I didn't know they had built an AI data center on it. They're going up and people don't even know they're there. But yeah, this is my watershed that an undisclosed chemical has been leaked into. And in my area, we're reliant on groundwater. So Lisa Staccato of the GRCA, Director of Communications, told the Record that when spills are identified, they may provide support to the watershed municipalities and the MEPC by providing river flow information for pollutant travel times and to help ensure downstream drinking water plants are notified. In this case, the GRCA provided a travel time estimated to the city of Brantford at the city's request for their drinking water intake. That has been the extent of the GRC's involvement in the spill. In the email to the Record, Maria, Director of Communications for the City of Brantford, said they implemented precautionary measure to monitor and protect its drinking water system, but further testing showed no contaminants flowing downstream. Preventative actions were taken out of an abundance of cautions and no adverse effects were detected. No adverse effects detected yet. And so this person just pointing out a lot of what I was feeling. A massive data center in Cambridge leaked an undisclosed chemical for days, possibly into a local water, and the public still hasn't been told what the chemical was. We're expected to trust that everything is fine while the cleanup happens behind closed doors. These facilities consume enormous amounts of electricity, millions of liters of water for cooling, and now we're seeing environmental risk that the public isn't even fully informed about. If data center can leak an unknown chemical into the environment and officials won't immediately tell people what it is, maybe it's time to ask whether we should keep approving more of these facilities. Economic benefits don't mean much if transparency and environmental protection come second. Canadians deserve better. They do. And I have 2 more tabs on this docket, but I just realized they were meant to go into the previous docket. This is about Billy Bishop Airport, so side tangent here, but yeah. I despise AI data centers. There could be one in your community right now and you don't even know. Because they go up so quietly. They're destroying the fucking land. But back to the Billy Bishop Airport thing. Sorry about that. So, Shopify. That's actually a Canadian company. Did you know that? So, apparently, that CEO is losing his fucking mind. And there might be reasons why. Recently, the CEO of... Well, we'll watch this and then we'll get into it. So sorry, this is a little bit out of order. This was supposed to be with the provincial docket. But here we go. It's important.
Everyone's talking about the Shopify CEO and what he said yesterday, but I want to focus on the why he said it, because that is even more important. You really need to understand how these dude bros from the tech sector and billionaires think so that you can stop them. This is really important, all right? Now, Shopify CEO, of course, yesterday said that anyone who turns up for a town hall meeting is unemployed, unemployable, useless idiot. And also, of course, he said that, poor people shouldn't get to vote and rich people should get more of a vote.
Yeah, that's the Shopify CEO. That people who go to those town halls, maybe against those AI data centers and whatnot, are shitty people, and us poors shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Why? What triggered him? What triggered him exactly? The Billy Bishop expansion. All right, he made those comments in relation to the Billy Bishop expansion. This is very important to him because 87,000 people showed up and 80% of them said no to this expansion. But he really wants this, and I'll tell you why he really wants it. Take a look at where Shopify's headquarters is in Toronto. It is 10 minutes away from Billy Bishop. The HQ is 10 minutes away. His home, by the way, is 30 minutes away. It's just a 30-minute drive from his home to Billy Bishop Airport.
So pretty much like Doug Ford, he wanted a closer airport to his office and home. Yeah.
How do I know where he lives? The Globe and Mail published an article about how much his neighbors hate him. Rich people in the richest neighborhood in Toronto do not like this guy. He is so unlikable that even his billionaire buddies don't like him, all right? Who likes him, however, is the premier of this province, Doug Ford, because Doug Ford has just made it clear, or his ministers have made it clear, that they're going to jeopardize Alto, which is Canada's first high-speed rail line. And this shows you exactly what these people are after, because they were justifying the expansion of Billy Bishop for economic reasons. It was supposed to be good for the economy. Well, the high-speed rail is supposed to add 1 percentage point to GDP growth every single year. 1 percentage point to GDP growth. That is way bigger than a Billy Bishop expansion. So yeah, your real interest is in economic expansion, is it? It's just to get your buddies to be able to put their private jets on this airport. Now, the bad news is that this all hangs by a thread. Billy Bishop was governed by a 3-party agreement between the city, the province, and the federal government. The federal government has made it clear that public opinion matters to them. The city is fighting against this under Mayor Olivia Chow. But the mayor is up for re-election in October against 2 dude bros who clearly like this plan, right? Brad Bradford has been posting about a crypto conference.
His name is actually Brad Bradford.
While everyone else is talking about Shopify and Billy Bishop. That shows you who this man is. He's Braddy Brad, the crypto Chad. And the other person who just entered the race is a former immigration minister for Stephen Harper. Take a guess what he thinks about Billy Bishop. So the upcoming election is really important, even if you don't live in Toronto, all right? And I'm going to give a shout out to Progress Toronto. Check them out no matter where you are in Ontario, because you can help us fight this billionaire and take away what he really wants, because that's going to frustrate him.
And so Raghu is also just saying, Toby, that's the CEO of Shopify, says this in a public without shame. Imagine what he says in private. And so here we have, he's quote tweeting somebody who's saying community input just means obese old people never letting young people have anything. And he replies by saying exactly what happened in Toronto, just what happened in Toronto. Retired, unemployed, unemployable, and useful idiots are the only people who go to these town hall sessions. I will be talking more about that on this space on Wednesday. I'll be talking about the Shopify CEO and what a shitbag he is. So that is at Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern on this space. You can check it out. And if you can't watch it live, you can always go back and watch it. I'll see about maybe clipping some of it, but I'll be getting into more detail about the Shopify CEO and just what kind of a shitty human billionaire he is, and how people who are doing ad reads for Shopify really need to stop. Majority Report. Granted, they probably don't know, but yeah. They should be made to know what a piece of shit this person is. So yeah, that will be Wednesday on this space. I'll be covering that topic specifically. So I have one more docket to go through of a couple odds and ends stories that are very important. And so I'm just closing these here. Let's see. First, we'll get into some police brutality. And then, what's after that? Oh yeah, Google just being absolutely insane. With like, oh, here's a new way to manipulate data. And yeah. Oh, and then food issues. Ways that corporations are fucking around with our food. Anyway, why don't I just scooch right into it? It doesn't look like there's much for me to reply to in the SandBox. So I'll just scooch right into this. So here we have from APTN News, a follow-up to the RCMP arrest caught on video in Saskatchewan as the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, Meadow Lake Tribal Council and Chief of Council of Makwa Shanganchin First Nation called for full independent investigation to the matter. And so we have a YouTube video for this one.
Two videos recorded from two different angles in the early morning of July 27th show Loon Lake RCMP officers arresting 40-year-old Rose Angus of the Magwa Sagaigan First Nation. In the videos, which have been viewed millions of times on social media, a taser can be heard going off.
Yes, Canada is a fucking racist country. And the people most likely targeted are Indigenous, people of color, Black people, people with mental health issues. Disproportionately Indigenous peoples.
Twice, and officers are seen striking Angus, whose face is bloodied as she is taken away. In a statement, FSIN say they recognize that the video does not always capture the full context of incidents. However, they are questioning the level of force.
Yeah, the police need to use that much force on a woman half their size. I'm sure she was a real threat to them.
Used by the officers involved. In the statement, Magwa Sagaigan Chief Melvin Muswa says the actions are unacceptable. This is a mother, a community member, and a human being, adding, our women deserve to be always treated with dignity and respect. Meadow Lake Tribal Council represents the nation and 8 others in the area and have long advocated for police reform. The Tribal Council says while they are aware of circumstances leading up to the videos, it's imperative that First Nations people, especially women, feel safe. Tribal Chief Jeremy Norman said in part in the statement, it is difficult to see aggressive enforcement on a woman that is much smaller than the 2 officers, which could have been avoided. An initial district-level review on Tuesday determined the force used was reasonable after viewing the body cameras worn by the officers involved in the incident. At that time, RCMP did not report it to the Saskatchewan.
That was reasonable? Really? That?
Serious Incident Response Team, or CERT. The RCMP's actions were widely condemned online. Then late Tuesday, RCMP sent an email reversing their original decision in the name of transparency to now include CERT, saying CERT has accepted the invitation. RCMP say in the meantime, the officers involved will remain on duty during the investigation. As for Angus, she is facing numerous charges, including 2 counts of assault of a police officer and 1 count of possession of cocaine.
Yep, she's being charged for being brutalized by the police. And apparently, they weren't there for her. They saw some other people that they were looking into go onto her property. And then she ended up getting attacked by the police. But this country is a fucking racist country. The police are just enforcers of that. But here's another example of this that is just like, how are no criminal charges being laid against the police here? I don't, like, I get it. I wish it wasn't the case, but the police are allowed to assault people, harm people, harass people with zero accountability. And it doesn't matter who they are. But here we have a woman, a lawyer, who is also Black. And she was allegedly, I'll have to say, assaulted. And yeah, no criminal charges will be laid against these officers. So yeah, no criminal charges to be laid in alleged Oshawa courthouse assault of lawyer. Investigation finds. York police say case has been referred to Law Enforcement Complaints Agency for further investigation. This is her face after the assault. Alleged assault. York Region Police will not be proceeding with criminal charges against Durham Regional Police Services. Really? One police services will not be going with forward charges against another police services? Shocking how that happens. Following an investigation into the arrest and alleged assault of a lawyer at the Oshawa courthouse earlier this year. According to a statement from York Police Wednesday, investigators concluded there were no reasonable grounds to suspect criminal charges against any of the officers involved. The case stems from a January 23rd incident when Sudine Riley, a Black criminal defense lawyer, was working late in the courthouse interview room following a trial. According to a news release issued by the council at the time, uninformed Durham police officers challenged her presence in the room before interaction turned violent. There's a Black woman in here. We need to question her as to why. Could it be that she works here? No. Riley alleged the officer slammed her head onto the desk, placed knees on her back and neck, and spoke to her with rage, disrespect, and contempt. She said she was subsequently handcuffed and taken to the basement cells. The allegations included claims that her headscarf was ripped off and her skirt was raised during the struggle, which left her bloodied and swollen. Riley was initially arrested and charged under Trespass to Property Act. Yeah, you're trespassing on the place you work. She said she was issued a trespass notice 10 minutes after the courthouse had closed. The incident sparked immediate outcry from legal advocacy groups, including Criminal Lawyers Association and Black Action Defense Committee, both of which called for an independent investigation. While Ontario's Special Investigations Unit initially declined to invoke its mandate, Durham Police formally referred the criminal portion of the investigation to York Police in late January to ensure impartiality. Totally impartial. Yep. That's how it goes. We'll just have another police service look into it. Impartial. A statement from the Criminal Lawyers Association on Thursday said, interested in there being more transparency from the York Police as to why they decided not to lay charges. Like, that's the thing. Even if you honestly suspected her for being there for reasons other than she worked there, what's with the slamming her face down and assaulting her? Was she a threat to these police officers? Ripping her headscarf off, raising her skirt? Like, is all of that because she was some sort of threat? Or was that unnecessary force and racially motivated and misogynistically motivated? We continue to pay close attention to the matter and look forward to the outcome of the LECA investigation, said Adam Weisberg, Criminal Lawyers Association president. In a statement, Durham police said they remain committed to transparency and maintaining public confidence in a court's security. You can't maintain something you don't have. A statement from Riley's lawyer, Lewis, says Riley is disappointed with the decision by York Police not to proceed with criminal charges. No lawyer working in a courthouse should be subject to the treatments Miss Riley faced, Lewis said. She added that Riley's committed to pursuing all legal avenues to ensure accountability. Black lawyers, like all lawyers, should be able to work freely in a courthouse in this province without being assaulted, she said. Durham police said the matter has now been referred to Law Enforcement Complaints Agency to independently assess whether any misconduct occurred during the interaction. Any misconduct, you say? Fucking racist country this is. Okay, so moving on. Internet corporations are losing their fucking minds with AI. They are just doing so much absurdity, it's ridiculous. It is getting a hell of a lot more difficult for me to navigate the internet. Going on Twitter, it's difficult for me even, because most of the comments, you don't know which tweets are real. I'm trying to limit it to, reliable sources. When you read in the response to a tweet, you read many tweets that are the exact same auto-generated AI slop. Like, it's just, you're not getting anything authentic and back and forths anymore. But our reality is going to be challenged. And they're taking it a step further with this. Google Earth. Today, we're bringing AI image generation with Nano Banana to Google Earth, letting you virtually reimagine anywhere in the real world. For the first time, you can generate custom images using Google Earth satellite, aerial, and 3D imagery. You're telling me that you are destroying the fucking environment with AI data centers so that people can play around with images on Google Earth? And it's not like anything nefarious can happen through this. No, not at all. What is that propaganda? Finally a way to generate satellite images denying catastrophic climate events and war crimes. Just what we needed most. Yeah. I don't see how this could go wrong at all. Some of these institutions need not do AI bullshit to it. Google Earth should be reliable. When we see a Google Earth image, we should be able to know, you know what, that's real. Because here we're going to run into the problems of part of the reason why they're most likely doing this is the destruction of Gaza was so complete, it was visible on satellite footage. So, now when you see things like that, you can say, that was just AI generated. The buildings are still there. That's just AI generated. What could possibly go wrong with this sort of bullshit that nobody wanted? Nobody wants this. My God. To have some tweens fuck around in the basement on Google Images to make it, ooh, this is what we look like on an alien planet. You're destroying our goddamn environment and our reality as we know it? All because AI is so useless and pointless, you need to invent ways of forcing it onto us? So someone just saying, is Google dumb or is it evil? Genuine question. The ability to fake satellite imagery with a simple prompt was rolled out yesterday to all users, and potential harm is so blindingly obvious. It's almost as if they're profit-seeking chaos edgelords who won't simply give a shit. Yeah. So somebody's saying, tonight I typed in just one sentence into Google Earth and put refugees near the Mexican border. Then I planted a nuclear plant in Iran. What on earth is Google doing? Yeah. We literally will not be able to trust any information that we see online anymore. And then the sources we used to be able to go to, like physical books, are also being destroyed for the advances of AI. They're trying to reconstruct our reality, make it so we can't trust the things that we can see and experience in real life. Like, this would make 1984 blush, the level that they are going to manipulate our society and our world. Nobody needs this. Nobody wants this. I want to be able to use Google Maps or see somebody else says, oh, look at this Google map, and know that it is real. Like, my job is here to report on the news that I come across, and I want to be giving you guys real information, real facts. That's what my analysis is based on. But now be like, well, I don't know if this image is real or not. I don't know, like, all the checks are going away, all the ways to verify sources are, like, it's just, I don't even use AI summaries in Google for anything I do. Because if you go into Google and you search for something, you can type -AI at the end, and it actually helps to get rid of it most of the time. But no, I don't trust AI output. I want to use my own critical thinking skills. Because if you don't use these skills, you'll lose them. Totally infuriating. But moving on, because there's some people that are so dark and demented that they think, oh, all this AI stuff should be allowed no matter what it is, no matter. Breaking. Elon Musk's lawsuit to stop an AI child porn ban in Minnesota has officially failed. The ban will take effect tomorrow. Excuse me, what? So Elon Musk is very connected with AI, given everything that he's doing on Twitter. The unconsensual, revenge porn that you can make, all that sort of stuff. But he was trying to stop a ban on people making child abuse material. Any person who would be against a ban on that shouldn't be around children, shouldn't have platforms that are exposed to children, shouldn't be CEOs of fucking companies, and should definitely not be a trillionaire. Oh. It's the minus symbol, Chris Gavin. Oh, so disgusting. So disgusting. But moving on. So this number is most likely exaggerated, but the point still holds because there's a But here's the thing. I don't know if community notes are accurate. I don't know if the numbers this person is spewing out is accurate, but I do know the principle behind this is accurate. So, just ignore all monies, like all numbers and facts here. The principle is sound. So apparently New York Democrats introduced bill requiring 10% discount on all items at self-checkout. And so somebody quote tweeted that saying, I did a whole research project on this in grad school. Companies reap over $300 billion a year in free labor. Okay, that does seem like an unrealistic number. But here's the thing. They do get free labor from customers going in and doing self-checkouts. And so they're not paying us to do the thing that they used to be charged, like paying other people to do. They're getting free labor from us for going through their checkouts. And so something like this, yeah, I could potentially get behind, where a grocery store says, okay, if you use the self-checkout, you get a discount because, we're not paying an employee to do that. You're doing it and we're not paying you to do it, so you get a discount. The cautionary note with this is to make sure then that grocery store doesn't raise all prices by 10% first. Because that sounds like something a corporation would do, is raise the prices first so they're not losing anything. But yeah, no, there should be something like that. I'm fine getting rid of all self-checkouts, maybe except one. Like, let's say you're buying something really kind of private that you don't want somebody else to see. Okay, I could see having a single, self-checkout for that sort of thing. But pay people living wages. Don't get rid of people's jobs for this and then expect other people to do it for free. Super annoying. But on the topic of grocery stores and food, so Loblaws here, it's owned by Westons. Westons, the Weston family, is the richest family in Canada. So, yeah, were we going to watch the Frank Dominic video? I don't know if I actually watched the Frank Dominic video. He does decent videos. So let's watch his video on this, because then that might save me from having to talk a lot more. But yeah, there's been the bread fixed pricing scandal, the meat weight scandals, all of this sort of stuff. But apparently now they are fucking around with our food ingredients. So we'll scooch over to this Frank Dominic video. It says a leaked invoice from Loblaws to a No Frills shows what appears to be a 54% margin on products such as butter, when Galen Weston last year testified to Parliament that their profit margins were very small.
Do you guys remember when Galen Weston insisted that Loblaws was not price gouging, stating to the Canadian Parliament that it was simply not true? Keep this in your head, keep this in your head. He said that it was out of his control. He had a minimal influence on inflation and he was blaming it on the suppliers, saying that his margins were extremely small. Well, a leaked invoice from Loblaws to a No Frills is showing that they are selling things like butter at a 54% profit. Sorry, what was that about small profit margins? This leaked document, which was an invoice from a Loblaws to a No Frills, which by the way, Loblaws owns No Frills, had a column that shows the gross profit.
I've covered this before. Like, it's so frustrating that we can't just boycott grocery chains, because what they do is they have one branch of like, here's your regular grocery store that you can go to, but then here's the discounted no frill ones, but all the monies are still going to the same fucking corporation. So even your shopping patterns don't affect the bottom line of these corporations.
Margin. Now, gross profit margin is the difference between your revenue and your cost of goods sold. It doesn't take into consideration all of your costs like marketing, etc. But it is a pretty solid indicator of the profit margins you are making on individual products. Like, for example, how they are making a 54% profit on butter. Some of the markups include 51% on sour cream, 49% on lemonade, 43% on yogurt, and 41% on cheese. With the average profit margin for dairy coming in at 28.7% and the average for natural foods coming in at 39.3%. And remember, Galen Weston is saying that grocery chains operate with extremely small profit margins, stating that it's the fault of supply suppliers, not of his company. Which I guess is technically the truth, because in this scenario, the reason No Frills has those large markups is because of their supplier. It just so happens that their supplier is Loblaws, the company that owns them. But hey, how else are you going to pay your CEO $22 million in salary? Do you think Galen Weston should face consequences for lying to Parliament? Let me know in the comments down below.
And so somebody's saying it's not only is Lala price inflating, they add water to your butter, your hamburger, and misrepresent what is Canadian. So quite often with our grocery stores here, I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but there are store brands of products that are usually meant to be cheaper. So you can get the generic store brand and it'll be cheaper. But then that means that store also can control what's going into it. So made in Canada means ground beef was mixed in Canada. It does not mean beef is from Canada, just like butter churned in Canada doesn't mean cream from Canada. And somebody pointing out in a third-party lab, Loblaws butter was tested and had 13% water. Butter has a percentage of water in it, not 13 though. Did your croissants fail because of your oven? It's not your oven, it's your Loblaws butter. Meanwhile, Galen Weston receives bonuses for robbing you. So they're cheaping out on their products, charging us more. They do shrinkflation, where it's like the box of cereal is the same size, but the bag of cereal inside is smaller. All of that is happening. And the thing is that this is something we need. Food isn't a luxury. It is a necessity. And so I'm all on board for what like Zoran's doing with the grocery stores, socialized grocery stores. We need that here in a desperate way because the Weston family is free to literally hold us at gunpoint. Like, what choice do we have when most of our grocery store chains are owned by the same people? You have to eat. And it doesn't matter because, you know, our incomes, especially if you're on disability like me, is not keeping up with inflation, not by a long shot. And so you keep on cutting out and cutting out and cutting out. And so it gets to the point where it's like you're not just cutting out every single thing that would be considered a luxury. You're now having to decide, what necessity can I go without longer? Like trying to eat healthy and stuff like that, it's getting impossible. So it's so frustrating that the government isn't doing anything about it, that the government doesn't work for us. But it's not just grocery stores, it's also things like Starbucks. The things that they're putting into their food because it's cheaper, despite what it's doing to people, they don't care about your workers. So we'll go back one here. So Starbucks Worker United said, have you felt sick after handling Starbucks silica-based blending powder? If you're a barista, reach out to us. If you're Starbucks customer, we urge you to stop buying Starbucks until the company finalizes union contracts with the protections and improvements we need. There's a silica dust being added into their products to make their product more appealing visually and physically, but who knows what kind of shit this is doing to a person's body? The powder definitely is doing something to the workers' bodies.
Union just demanded to bargain and get more information from Starbucks over their new silica-based powder, including a demand for the OSHA required safety data sheet. So I'm going to explain to you what all of this means and how this might be impacting the health of Starbucks baristas. So last week, Starbucks launched this new ingredient that baristas have claimed made them sick. While the blending powder ingredient is listed as food safe, it tends to become airborne. So whenever we empty the contents of this package into a container to put on cold bar and we're scooping this powder into the blender, a big cloud of dust gets inhaled by us when we handle this to make these drinks. We've gotten comments where partners have said they've gotten headaches, sore throats, coughing fits, and even hives. On top of this, in-store Starbucks AI system tells baristas to avoid breathing dust as inhalation may cause irritation to the respiratory tract. Even though there were no warnings about this on the blending powder packaging, and the company isn't training us on how to safely handle this powder. That's why having a union in your store means that we have the power to hold the company accountable. Things like this shouldn't happen. Starbucks is legally obligated to bargain with union baristas about the changes that impact our working conditions. Starbucks keeps adding all kinds of things to our job, and this is so much bigger than the blending powder. We need a say in our workplace conditions, hours, pay, and other protections. So we'll keep you posted on what happens with our demand and what further steps we're going to make sure that every union partner feels safe on the job. If you have questions, whether you're a union barista or you're at a not yet union store, hit the link in our bio and get connected with an organizer who can answer questions that you might have.
Unions matter. And so a little bit more on this, Starbucks' latest response to new silica-based blending powder. They dodged the issue entirely.
So how does Starbucks respond to reports that baristas are feeling sick after using the new silica-based blending powder? They dodged the issue entirely. To run it back, Starbucks introduced new drinks that require a blending powder that's raising concerns. Since it was introduced, videos using the powder have gone viral. Hundreds of baristas shared their bad experiences, and our union inquired with the company about what our members have reported. This week, Starbucks responded with a blog post on their website that is a whole 2.
Yeah, they don't care if their workers get sick from the products that they're using because it's still cheaper. It's cheaper for them to use these products that is harming their baristas because they can always get another barista. Why? Because people are so desperate for any job these days, even jobs that could kill them, like working in an Amazon warehouse. But because wages are kept so low, the conditions are kept so dire, people are desperate enough to go into these situations. We shouldn't have to choose between a toxic work environment and living.
Sentences long. The blog post is comically short and doesn't directly address any of our concerns. By its nature, the silica-based powder is near impossible to avoid inhaling when we're on shift. While they claim it's safe to use in food, they don't say a single word about whether it's safe to inhale. Here's what's really telling about this. Starbucks sent out an update to stores and avoided mentioning the coughing, the irritation, and even hives that baristas are experiencing and reporting. Instead, the company simply tells us to pour slower when handling it, with a cute message that says the powder gets messy. Mind you, we're also being told to make drinks in 4 minutes, and often dealing with understaffed stores where moving slower means delays and unhappy customers. So move slower, but also move faster. Make it make sense. What's really messy is the Starbucks executives who are focused on gimmicks and profits, not on listening to baristas about what our stores need to actually succeed. We're dealing with chaotic schedules, low pay that hasn't kept up with inflation, and benefits that are harder and harder to access. And once again, this message doesn't say anything about inhaling it. You'd think if it was safe to inhale, they would just say it. Starbucks' weak response is not it. Our union won't let this be swept under the rug. We've already formally requested vital safety information and demanded to bargain over the change. As a union, we have the power to hold this company accountable and make sure they're not putting any partner's safety at risk just to drive profit. If you're a customer, don't shop at Starbucks until the company finalizes a union contract with pay, staffing, and protections that we need. And if you're a Starbucks partner, there's truly never been a better time to organize your store.
Yep. Support unions, boycott chains that are doing this sort of thing, and there are Starbucks in Canada, but Canada is known for a specific coffee shop chain in particular. One most Canadians frequent at times. It's part of our culture practically, even though it's not Canadian owned. Hasn't been for a long time. I'm talking about Tim Hortons. Well, time to boycott them too. Critics slammed Tim Hortons' Harry Potter promotion as un-Canadian and anti-trans. Boycott Tim Hortons. Swift backlash from 2S LGBTQ+ community over series of author J.K. Rowling. Yeah, those donuts are not worth my soul. The reaction online perhaps not as magical as Tim Hortons had hoped, but when the coffee chain announced its new Harry Potter menu, the merchandise on Monday, the celebration of beloved movie franchise's 25th anniversary, according to the company's press release, the backlash from the 2S LGBTQ+ community and allies was swift. As a brand that is synonymous with Canada, Tim Hortons and their partnerships should reflect Canada, a country that is inclusive and proud of its diversity, advocate group Eagle Canada said in an online statement Tuesday. The partnership contributes to a brand associated with a person whose public advocacy has contributed to anti-trans narratives and the rollback of trans rights around the world, it said. Children's author J.K. Rowling, who wrote the 7-book Harry Potter series, has in recent years espoused what many believe to be anti-trans views. Yeah, it could possibly be, even though she has herself denied it, claiming she's instead a proud TERF. Trans women aren't women. If that hurts your feelings, be grateful. You live in a society where you're just as free to espouse gender ideology as I am to speak the truth, Rowling wrote on Sunday on Twitter. Oh, but, it's just some people believe she's anti-trans. It's not like she's out there telling the world she is. Last year, she launched the J.K. Rowling Women's Fund, which used her personal wealth to fund legal support for people or organizations who have been discriminated against because of their expressed beliefs on biological sex being unchangeable. So here's an ad about that. Tim Hortons confirmed something deliciously magic is heading to your local Tim Hortons. Mark your calendars for August 12th. And so somebody replying saying, and now we know your feelings towards LGBTQIA plus community. I'm an employee of Tim Hortons. I'm also transgender. You are actively hurting many of your employees, including myself. Screw you. I will not be purchasing anything from Tim Hortons for the duration of this promotion. If they don't stop it before it happens on August 12th, just continue boycotting them after the fact too. Send a point. They have kids camp day too. They have that promotion where you go in, you buy a smile cookie to help kids go to camp. Well, some of those kids will be queer and trans. And so if you really do support kids living a good life, you can't be supporting Harry Potter with that TERF in charge of it. So on social media, some people called for a Tim Hortons boycott. Many expressed dismay, and others gave the company the new nickname TERF Hortons, a reference to an ideology that rejects the existence of transgender identities. So I read that. So somebody else had replied to that saying, choosing donuts over safety of trans people is certainly a choice. What a terrible fucking thing to do. Another person wrote they were heartbroken, adding, this really hurt more than most. How can one person's hateful voice carry this far? Author and human rights advocate Rowan Jett Knox, also on Threads, called the promotion about as un-Canadian as it gets, saying Rowling is known as much lately for her transphobia. Tim Hortons, in a statement to CBC News, said its collaboration with Warner Brothers Discovery Global Consumer Products is a celebration of an iconic story, a way of Tim's to sprinkle some magic into guests' daily routines. Sprinkle some transphobia, you mean? A representative for Rowling's PR team said they would not be commenting. The Tim Hortons Harry Potter celebration launches August 12th and includes special menu items. Who the fuck cares? Harry Potter has been a beloved part of so many guests' lives for decades, and we couldn't be more excited for Canadians to discover the wizarding world of Tim Hortons restaurants. Hope said, Chief Marketing Officer for Tim Hortons, said Monday's news release. Tim Hortons has more than 4,000 locations across Canada. So, no more Tim Hortons. The promotion is inspired by the new series. So boycotting Tim Hortons. I regularly go there. I'll be boycotting. I'll get my muffins and iced coffee somewhere else. I can't. This is just undoable. And please spread the word. Let people know that this is happening. Because a lot of people on social media might not know, or a lot of people who aren't on social media might not know what a horrible individual J.K. Rowling is. So you can make your own nice coffee at home. What I do when I do it is I brew a pot in the evening, let it cool down a bit, then I put it in a big cup and mix in the bunch of hot chocolate instead of sugar, hot chocolate powder, and add a little bit more cream than I normally would. Put it in the fridge overnight. You got your iced coffee. Let's see. So just a few more things to go through. So a scientist just kind of raising the alarm about climate change, which relates to the next two and last tabs to this. So France, Spain, and the UK, Greece, and now Spokane, Washington are all on fire. Not to mention large parts of Canada. It's calmed down a bit in Ontario, but who knows for how long. Scientists literally risk their liberty to warn us, but unfortunately the billionaire-owned media would not convey the magnitude of the threat to the public. Politicians are at best impotent, at worst complicit. Oh, they're absolutely not complicit, they're adding, like they're contributing.
I mean, what am I supposed to say to them? I know it, I document it, alright? This is fucking science! You have to ask yourself, really? What am I gonna say to them? What did I do to prevent it? It's gonna happen! They have to cope with it, and that's gonna be terrible! Okay? That's really important that you get that through. That's really important that you take a step away from your daily life. Alright, we're pissing you off, but we have very good reason for that. Billions of people living there. And when they see that they cannot live in their home country, what do you think they're gonna do? Of course they're gonna turn to us. And that's +2 degrees. But we'll be already coping with our shit. It's written explicitly in the IPCC report summary for policymakers. Our path right now, with the laws that we have, it's not +2 degrees. It's fucking +3.2 degrees. It's gonna be starvation and war everywhere, including here in Bavaria.
Yeah, this climate crisis is, again, all of it could have been avoided if the governments actually did something. If they cared. If this was a fixable problem. And meanwhile, over here, we're building data centers, which will contribute to the problem. Meanwhile, in China, so China has spent about 1.5 billion a year on fusion, double the US DOE fusion budget. Instead, America spends about $1 billion a day bombing Iran. So when they get infinite energy, we get high gas prices. And so here is China's nuclear fusion research has completed a massive magnet weighing 582 tons. The goal is unlimited energy, artificial sun. They plan to start the first power generation by 2030, a safe CO2 zero ultimate energy race. This is the future we could have had. China is leading the way on it. But the climate crisis could have been fixed before it started. Scientists have been warning since the 80s of what was coming. And if the governments have actually did something back then, we wouldn't be faced with like the outbreak of wildfires, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, droughts, high heats, freezing temperatures, the chaotic weather system that we're currently dealing with. The tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who have died because of climate change over the past decade. Could be even more than that. And it's only going to get worse. There were solutions. They could have poured their research and technology into things like this a long time ago, but instead they kept feeding into the pockets of oil corporations and stuff. And so the last thing on this, so the Surf's just quote tweeting this saying, sure, China's last country giving us a chance to avoid total climate apocalypse, but at what cost? Because the Economist is saying the Chinese Communist Party, throwing in the communist part to make it sound scary, once famous for pillaging The natural world has set to protecting parts of it, but the country's eco-authoritarian approach deserves scrutiny. Oh no, they're forcing it on people. A good environment. There's a thing that I've been saying, a phrase that you can choose change now or it will be done to you later. If you don't like the idea of a government becoming authoritarian when it comes to the environment, well, then better choices should have been made early on, because it will get to the point where people's rights will have to be taken away. They will have to be taken away. People will be forced to move. People will have to be on restrictions. All of this sort of stuff, because the climate catastrophe will get so out of hand that a lot of governments will have to crack down in an authoritarian way in order to keep as many people alive as possible. You choose change now or it will be done to you later. Okay, so I am done with that. I do have something I want to chit chat with y'all about. Make sure that there's no tabs here that I want to leave open. No, okay. So I can close that. Need those open. Okay. We're going to check the sandbox first. Let's see. Mike working for Green saying we must debuild the ruling elite's toys and repurpose the material for our good uses. Take a lot of those office towers and stuff like that and make that into affordable housing, socialized housing. A lot of their toys, like just imagine how many people could live on a yacht, one of these mega yachts, you know? Make that into an emergency shelter. Like it's just, there's so much, like one of their mansions, buy that land and build up affordable housing on it. You know, don't buy the land, take the fucking land and build affordable housing on it. Like there's so much that the rich have that they don't need. And as I say, I'm always a fan of expropriating 90% of their wealth. If they're a billionaire, we just take 90% of their wealth. Why? Because their quality of life would not change one iota. Everything they have, they get to keep. You know, at most, they might not be able to buy one more new mega mansion or something. But their quality of life would be the exact same with 90% of their wealth taken. And meanwhile, that wealth distributed amongst the people would be life-changing and life-saving. Let's see. Also saying, fuck every data center with a cactus. Couldn't agree more. I hate them. I hate them with a passion. I did say hi to you, Looney Tunes, right? Hopefully. Hi. Will Sullivan saying this feature is outrageous. It will be abused. Talking about the maps. Yeah. 404 pointed out it can fake bomb craters. Yep. I saw one of those too on Twitter. Somebody faking a bomb crater somewhere. Hello, Marigold. Welcome to the sandbox. Mike working for Green saying I was working for Alistair McGregor's office when he pushed for Parliament to investigate potential greedflation in grocery sector. Marigold also saying same here in the US, talking about the store brands. Except store brands are supposedly better here And brand names supposedly, some store brands are fine. Like, they're not necessarily taste worse or anything of that, but yeah, it just means that the grocery store chain, the owner, controls what goes into it and can cheapen it all they want. Let's see. Well, I heard it might be worth reweighing certain items. The stickers occasionally lie. Well, here we had the meat issue where they were including the weight of the packaging with the meat and charging you for it, whereas it's supposed to be just the weight of the meat that they're charging you for. Yeah. And then they said, oops, our bad. No, it wasn't us. It was a third party, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then they didn't fix the problem. Hello, B-Cat. Welcome to the SandBox. B-Cat, a woman so sick the internet has dubbed her a victim of black mold. Or is black mold a victim of J.K. Rowling? Really? She's making them look bad. Trevor Borans, Tim Hortons has been garbage for years now. They've taken all the good coffees and replaced it with bigotry. Yeah. I do like the iced coffee and the chocolate chip muffin, even though the chocolate chip muffin has gone down in quality over the years. But some of my favorite items have gone, and their donuts just aren't what they used to be when I was a kid. They're like more dry and styrofoamy now. It's just not the same. And a lot of the things that they experiment with on their menu, it's an experiment. Let's see. B-Cat, she's so rich she could F off and live her bigoted life privately. Instead, she'd rather put a target on the backs of most marginalized of communities. Yeah. Marigold, I'd heard something about anti-immigrant folks gathering at Tim Hortons not too long ago as well. There's been a lot of racism around it because a lot of franchises of Tim Hortons are owned by people from like India and immigrants and things of that sort, and so a lot of bigotry and hatred has gone towards them, unfortunately. And there have been incidences at different Tim Hortons. Hello, Abernathy. Say hi to everyone. Say hi to everyone. Super kitty. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. He just licked the mic. Is that tasty? You all just got the sound of a cat lick. Was that a tasty mic? Okay. Oh. Rusty, I eat minimally processed food, no bread, no coffee. I do get my bread from bakeries because I switched over back when I had more of a disposable income. And since then, I haven't been able to switch back to processed bread without it making me sick. But there was a time when, again, I could afford it, where I got no factory farmed or processed meat. But, you know, when you live with poverty, sometimes your options are limited. Marigold, absolutely fixable. The anti-data center movement growing in Canada. Yeah, people don't like it here either. Looney Tunes surveillance centers, Sandy, not data centers. A lot of them do the surveillance that we don't like. Oh, see. BCAT, in fact, my mega mayor just stopped the data center plans in my city in my red state because of public backlash. Good. Someone's liking the view of my live stream. I tried running for politics once, Marigold. Tried becoming a candidate in a federal election. That did not end well. But again, I live with poverty, so running municipally isn't an option either. Because I'm not sure where you're from, if you're a pond jumper or a border hopper. Provincially and federally, you run with a party. You can run as an independent, but it's almost impossible to win. It's not that it doesn't happen, it's extremely unlikely, and you take a lot of the financial hit. Whereas if you run for a party, you get their volunteer base, their budget, like help with signs and all that sort of stuff. Like you have a whole infrastructure behind you. Municipally, there are no parties. Everyone's running as independents. And so to be able to pull all of that off, you need to be independently well off or have a spouse that can flip the bill or some other income coming in to cover costs while you're out campaigning, as well as things that you might need from your own pocket to help with signage, outfits, food, all that sort of stuff that you need while running, which means people who live with poverty, generally speaking, can't run municipally, but would have an easier time financially running provincially or federally if they can get into the parties. The problem is the parties vet candidates. And so if you're too progressive with a sense of humor, the party can block you from becoming a candidate to begin with. So we don't have proper primaries here. We do have contested nominations, whereas, there's two people running to be the candidate of, let's say, the NDP in a certain seat. But the NDP vets both candidates. So they can deny someone for being able to run for the NDP. It's not as simple as you have a membership for the NDP, therefore you get to run. No, they can bar you from running, regardless if you're a member or not. So that's very problematic, and the reason why we don't get a lot of dynamic people running for office, especially with, provincial NDP, is horrible. They're just liberal light, and they make sure that more progressive people don't get in the first place. And they'd rather have a seat go empty than have somebody who's more progressive in it. Let's see. Trevor Bournes, the coffee was so good back in the old days, yeah. And the donuts used to be a lot more yummy, and the muffins were better back then too. Like I still like the chocolate chip muffin, but they used to be a hell of a lot better. And my favorite muffin was the raspberry whole grain muffin. I ate that muffin like crack. I would have cravings for it. It was just the perfect mixture for my senses. Like the taste was spot on. Plus the top was nice and crispy, but the inside was nice and gooey. And I loved it so much that when they once brought it back temporarily and renamed it the 7-grain, raspberry 7-grain muffin, I knew which was the new grain because before it only had 6 grains on it. I love that muffin so much. That I literally nicknamed it my crack muffin. But, the cheese and the ham and cheese tea biscuits, I used to love those. Those aren't available. Cheese croissants, I haven't seen those in ages. I don't even know if they're available anymore. But not that I would eat them now anyway, because they started turning out like crap. And yeah, I am plucking my cat here. It's always shedding season, and you just pull out all this fur every time. I brush him and it doesn't seem to matter, so I end up plucking him. Around the neck in particular, like the really short hair. He is a big squish, big cat. Looney Tunes asking if I've addressed the letter hack's retirement. I was going to talk about something related to that, but not that in particular. In just a moment. Marigold sounds very democratic. Sarcasm. Revetting process for party. Yeah. Trevor Borns, they used to make donuts and muffins in store. Now it's shipped in half-baked frozen. Yeah. Anyway, the thing that I wanted to talk to people about, I don't know how online people are in the online leftist space, but the letter hack, people a lot of us used to be a fan of, has decided to no longer produce content, and that's his decision to do whatever. It's fine. You know, I find it a bit disappointing in how he went about it, just kind of disappearing on people to the point where some of us were concerned about his well-being. But he's not the only one to do that sort of thing, not by a long shot. Lots of people have stopped online politics. There was another Canadian content creator that right when he was picking up steam and popularity and stuff, decided to no longer create content and go back to his old job. And he asked people to like take down his content if we had reposted it and stuff. And again, totally get it. But in a time like this, we need some, oh fuck, what's the word? Certainty? It's not certainty. Reliability? It's not reliability. There's a word that I'm thinking of right now. Consistency? You need something like that. Because sometimes, you know, it makes you less likely to want to trust or get too involved. But, you know, I work hard on making a community in my sandbox that is inclusive and welcoming to people and a place that people feel good being a part of. Because I am trying to build a community, a place where we can go to each other for mutual aid if we need it, support, moral support, all that sort of stuff. Because I realize, you know, it's tough out there. And I also realize that a lot of people who watch my channel will be similar to me, live with disabilities and poverty. And a lot of us, we have nowhere else to go. Like, we can't just go out in the community. We might not have friends in real life or family that we can turn to, or an inclusive queer community and things of that sort. So for a lot of us, you know, the internet isn't make-believe. It's not made up. It's not surface. It is where we go to when we want to not feel alone. And, you know, on my channel, I tried to do the whole get informed, get involved, because I do want people to get more involved with their community and politics. I have a cat trying to crawl up onto my lap right now, but Abernathy was there. There we go. Yeah, sometimes we need a supportive place to go. And I hope that I provide some support while we're talking about the horrific news. And I feel it's important to talk about the news and politics because, you know, the whole get informed, get involved. You can't fight back against the system unless you know how that system works. So I just want to let people know I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to disappear. I won't just, you know, I've had it one day and go away. There might be times where I need a little bit of a break. But I enjoy this. Like, I enjoy feeling like I'm doing something useful. If I quit this, I really don't have anything else either. You know, I can't get another normal job. I have a few friends, and they're usually busy with their other friends and family. And so I am very isolated and alone for the most part. So this is my way of connecting with others as well, but not just connecting in a superficial way. I'm trying to connect in a meaningful way. I'm trying to do my little bit to make the lives of people better. And it might not be much, but just educating people on the system, getting people to sign petitions, to go to city council meetings, to run for city council, to get involved in activism. Those are just my ways of encouraging people to be part of things, or to talk about autism, mental health, poverty, disabilities, things that you might not get from other channels, being non-binary and queer. Again, you might not get some of this perspective from other channels. And it helps to see people you can relate to that maybe you can't relate to somewhere else. It might be good to see a perspective you can't see somewhere else. And I hope that's what I provide. And so, yeah, I'm not going anywhere unless I'm forced to. So if my channel gets taken down because I support Palestine Action, or financial reasons and my computer crashes and I can't get back up, or something of that sort, I'm going to be here as long as I can, and ending this won't be by my choice if I have to. Because I do enjoy this, because I learn with you a lot of the times about the topics at hand. This is something that I would do. Like, even if I were to win $1 million, I'd still be doing this. And I know I have a certain level of privilege that other people don't have. But first, I'm going to do this. Thank you so much, Will Sylvan, for the $4 super chat and the lime with coffee. I don't know how well lime would go in coffee, but I'm willing to give it a try at least once. Super appreciate it. Fuck, where was I? Right. I do have a certain level of privilege. I'm a white person who presents as a woman. So, if I was Indigenous or a person of color, I probably would not have been able to build up my platform as high as it has right now. If I was a man, it'd probably be a lot higher than it is right now. I also don't necessarily present as queer, if that means anything. Straight passing. But my biggest privilege is also one of my biggest hampers into making it online, and that is I have a superpower. It is an astonishing superpower. I don't know how I got it, but it's a real thing somehow. And that is I go unnoticed. So you could see how that could be problematic if you're trying to build a YouTube platform. But at the same time, I have not been harassed in the slightest doing this. I have not been part of a campaign against my channel, against any of my social media. I get almost no engagement when I tweet. Everyone knows my email. I put it on my channel. I get an email maybe once every other month from someone. So if I don't reply to you, it's not because I'm overwhelmed. It's because ADHD. It's like, I look at it, it's like, oh, I'm going to reply to that, and then totally forget. And then it's like, oh, I'm going to reply to that, and then totally forget. Or that sometimes my autism will kick in and be like, I have no idea how to reply to this. And then I'll stress myself out to the point that I can no longer reply to it. But that's it. Like, I don't get emails from people. So I've had it pretty easy. But also, I know how to deal with large amounts of toxicity. I had a pretty shitty childhood. And you learn different coping mechanisms and things of that sort. It's kind of like when COVID started for a lot of people, they became depressed and they didn't know what to do because of the isolation and things of that sort. And for people like me, you see, this COVID was only this much more difficult because this was my baseline. Whereas a lot of people were like, this is my baseline, and then this is how bad COVID is. So they had to make that gap. Whereas my gap was in my regular fluctuation of my mood. And so COVID had zero impact on my mental health. And so then that translates into this. I don't know if it's also my brand of autism. If somebody insults me, I don't give a fuck. I really don't. If somebody tries to tell me what to do with my channel, I could care less. If they're saying something in good faith, sure, I'll consider it, but I'm still going to do whatever I'm going to do. And occasionally they might have a good idea. So I'm not going to dismiss it offhand. But, you know, going unnoticed means I don't get attacked. I don't get harassed. I don't get threatened. I haven't received a single death threat or a rape threat or anything of that sort. You know, the most I would get under some of my comments is, I'm a groomer, you know, because I'm queer, or I don't know what I'm talking about. But even back when I was doing the Rebel HQ videos, and some of those videos were getting tens of thousands of views, I read all the comments to feel good, because the overwhelming majority of them were positive. So I don't know how that happened, but it's happened. But it also means it's a struggle for me to get noticed anywhere, because I've yet to be on a channel that's larger than mine. I'd like to think what I have to contribute is worth listening to, but I go unnoticed. So I just want to let you all know, reassure you, I'm not going anywhere. Like, I'm here until the bitter end. I am still on fucking Twitter. Like, let's put it, I'm on Twitter. And I'm still on there, and I'm not going anywhere on there either. Because I also know that as the world gets shittier, and as these corporations clamp down and our governments clamp down, there are going to be fewer and fewer spaces that we can go to for community. And I don't want to take yet another option away from you. If you come here for community, I want that to be there for you no matter what. Even if you're not here to listen to me, you know, you're just here to hang out in the sandbox, to just feel like you're being seen and being around people, I want to provide that for you as best of my ability. Because this movement, this channel, it's not about me. It's about us and what we can do together. And that has always been my goal, because it was back when I tried to get involved in politics and I failed royally in it. But the reason I wanted to get involved was to make positive, progressive change for everyone. It wasn't about me on some sort of ego trip. It was me knowing that people with disabilities are underrepresented. People with poverty are underrepresented. Our concerns aren't taken seriously. That there was a perspective direly missing from the discourse. And I wanted to contribute to that. I wanted to help that. And me starting this channel, it's the same thing. It's to be able to add that perspective, to have people consider things maybe they didn't consider in a way before, or to learn something, or to understand someone in their life better, or just to have more empathy and compassion. And that's what I hope I'm doing with this channel. Although, keep in mind, my TYT essay is going fucking scorched earth. Wow. Yeah, my TYT essays. Whew. And also, with my TYT essays, there's still a bigger point. I'm not doing it for the sake of drama. Let's see. Oh, bullshit. I got Hassan Raiders. Like I said, I go unnoticed. I almost is fucking close to getting a shout out on Hassan's show once upon a time. Yeah. Back when the whole birthing person tweet came out from Anna, and there was some controversy, and Hassan Piker was covering it and stuff, covering Bonnie's video and whatnot, and somebody mentioned, hey, there's somebody on Rebel HQ who went on the conversation with Jank to talk about it. The thumbnail was up on screen for just a very, very short minute, and then he got distracted and went to something else. He almost watched my conversation with Jank about the issue. So, yeah. Oh, hello, Boku. Welcome to the sandbox. But that's why I try to be welcoming to people when they show up and I try to engage with people in the sandbox is I want you all to feel welcome here. Even if somebody asks what could be an offensive question, I take it with a grain of salt. Maybe they don't know how to phrase a question properly. Maybe any way they tried to phrase it would come across as shitty because it's text and you don't hear inflections and things of that sort, so you never know how it comes out. And sometimes there's no easy way of asking a question and you don't know till you know, which is why when I see something, for the most part, I will try to answer it in good faith to begin with. Because, I want people to feel safe asking, awkward questions. But yeah, I want this to be an inclusive community, and I hope that it is for the most part. But yeah, it is what it is. Like, people aren't mind readers. You don't know till you know. So yeah, if you ask me about my flags back here or about me being non-binary, I don't present non-binary. That's not a thing. So I don't get upset with it. But yeah, but asking questions around that sort of stuff is fine. I won't answer questions about my personal life per se. You're not going to find out if I'm on a hot date tomorrow night or anything. So there are aspects of my life I like to keep private. Like none of y'all know my birthday, because I hate celebrating it. But yeah, I just kind of want to let people know that, this is I'm going to be here as long as possible. I'm hoping my TYT essays, they're somewhat of a Hail Mary. It became much more of a monster project than I was ever expecting, but autism, OCD, ADHD, you get what you get. It's going to be the most comprehensive takedown of Jank and Anna I think anyone could possibly imagine. It's not what I intended when I set out with it, but again, there are bigger points. It's not drama for the sake of drama. It's about the leftist movement, in particular online, and how they've become one of the biggest barriers to online leftist solidarity. And it's even just trying to get rid of some of the myths, that there's no agreement on the left or the left is always infighting and stuff. Sure, there's lots of disagreements, but it doesn't mean we have to hate each other. Like, I'm upset with, the people who were dick riding Graham Plattner and how they treated people, but it doesn't mean I give up on them. I don't give up on people who have been positive advocates for so many areas of like politics and leftism because they fuck up once. And it would be nice if they acknowledged it, if they had a conversation with somebody that could really communicate to them. Like, it's not the fact that you got it wrong about Graham Plattner that people are upset. It's all the gaslighting and the dismissing and everything that preceded it that people are upset with. And it would be nice to have that conversation with them, but I'm not going to write them off because of that. Just like when I started these TYT essays, I was being very generous to Jank and Anna. And I was saying, by my terms of grifter, they're not a grifter and blah, blah, blah. No, you have to actively change my mind on something. And wow, they've done it in spades. The things that I've come across and uncovered, they're fucking grifters. Like, it's just... And a lot of the people who were dick riding Graham Plattner would have to do a lot more than what they did for me to give up on them. Because I do have faith in a lot of what they are doing. I don't believe they were out to be malice, that they were trying to hurt someone. That doesn't mean they didn't, but I don't think that was their intention. So to me, that's, there's a big difference between trying to and accidentally. So I do see them as redeemable. I still, you know, I'm still a fan of their content. I'm still going to be trying to call in next week to talk about Canadian politics, but that's me. But yeah, I am close to getting my TYT essays done. The initial draft. I just need to work through the sketchy money stuff. Then it's the wrap up. From there, I have to go through my notes, make sure I've included everything I want to, and then the initial draft is done. It will be over 70 pages in text. Hours and hours of clips. You have no idea the monstrosity this turned into. But with my OCD, I couldn't let it not. It is what it is. Like, it's just, I don't like restricting my creative projects. Which is also why when people try to give suggestions, it's like, well, if you did this, it would be better in the algorithms or blank or blank or blank. It's like, but does it get my creative message across? Because I'm willing to get a few less views if it means I'm still getting out there what I want to get out there. But yeah. Some of the clips I found, though. Whew. Only somebody who's like clinically insane like me would be able to pull off what I did. Nobody in their right mind would do what I did with this. And yeah, it is like emotionally exhausting. It does do like mental trauma dealing with a lot of it. But like I said, I've been dealing with this my whole entire fucking life. This is my baseline, dealing with this bullshit. And a lot of the bullshit I've had to deal with is a hell of a lot worse when it comes from your family or your own internal voice. So, yeah. And they earned what's coming to them. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, go on check the SandBox. See how y'all are doing. Let's see. Sure, now people are commenting in the SandBox when I'm about to wrap things up. I have to find a new place to go get coffee. I used to really like coffee culture, but they really cut back on their chains, and now the only one around me is like on the other side of town, and it takes me like 30 minutes to get there. Symposium used to be good, but there's almost non-existent of those anymore. But I loved coffee culture. Absolutely loved coffee culture. Yeah, I'll have to find new places to go to. The problem with a lot of bakeries and coffee places is that they're not open past like 4 p.m. Let's see. Consistency. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was going for, Marigold. BCAT, yeah, a lot of people only have community online. Yeah. My world opened up once I got on Twitter to finding out new things. Coming across the letter hack and him having his art challenge out there, which got me drawing again and rediscovering my talent for art. That wouldn't have happened without that online connection. And the impact that had on my life. Learning that I could draw this. I can't begin to tell you how profound that was. Because the biggest regret in my life was losing my ability to do art and to discover I still had it in me, but not just what I used to have. It became so much more. That moment wouldn't have happened had I not come across the letter hack on Twitter. So I'm sad to see him go, but Everyone has to do what's best for them. But yeah, getting online, expanding my community, learning more about being non-binary, learning more about autism. I'm a better person now because of Twitter than who I used to be. And I'm a better reflection of who I am because of it. And that's all online. So I'm not one to discount the online experience as being real. It is real to a lot of us. A lot of us, we don't have a real life out there because we're masking all the time, or we don't have a lot of friends, or there's too much baggage with the people we know to be our authentic selves. And so for a lot of us, this here is our real life. Whereas interacting with people, that's not real out there. And I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. Marigold, more than one cat. I'm not jealous, not me. I have 2 cats. Abernathy and Lanier. And sometimes they both make appearances. Lanier started scratching at me because Abernathy was on my lap, but then Abernathy jumped off and Lanier went away. So you don't get to see him. He's an orange striped cat. And he's a lot smaller than Abernathy, like half his size. Will Sullivan, I've always appreciated Matt. I'm probably here because of him and this space. Yeah, this space is, it's a great YouTube channel with a lot of great potential and connecting people and exposing people to different leftists. And that's something to be proud of. Being part of that creation, that is something to be proud of. Looney Tunes, Sandy, we love you. Ever since you left TYT about 3 years ago, you've built up a community. I thank you. Marigold, appreciate what you do, Sandy. B-Cat, I appreciate him too, talking about the letter pack. He played a big role in forming the broader community here and everywhere. I definitely get why he's getting off. Yeah. I think in a way it's easier for me because I don't get harassed at all. Let's see. Hello, Soul Life. Welcome to SandBox. B-Cat, my mom was in and out of the hospital, though, and it was exhausting. Well, I hope everything's okay now. The Wild West lockdown was great. Actually, having COVID was the worst. Yeah. No, lockdown was fine for me. Marigold would love to have an online presence, but due to my demons, as Sandy mentioned, although I think online discourse needs more voices from my community, I have a pretty minimal, fairly anonymous platform. Woo for not going anywhere. Let's see. I said hi to Boku. Soul Life, birthing person, bonus hold, dragon, Anna's damage report username. I know I have to put this stipulation in with my TYT essay all the time when I'm going to be recording it and stuff, that I have to state, this is all in my opinion. But my God, the amount of lying, in my opinion, that they do. Just flat out lying and misrepresentation and talking about stories that they read from a fucking Fox News article without digging deeper into it. My God. It's just, I have more journalistic integrity than the two of them combined, and I'm not even a fucking journalist. People seem to like my outfit tonight. I have no idea why people might be liking what I'm wearing tonight. No idea. None whatsoever, you know. I am lucky I do look good in bright colors. Rusty, you mean you won't be knowing your favorite sex toy? No. Boku thinks most of chat was born in August. Oh, well, happy birthday, all August borns. Oh, is it Soul Life's? Oh, Soul Life's birthday is tomorrow. Why, happy day of birth, Soul Life, if that is something you celebrate. You see, this is my autistic nature. I don't like it when people wish me a happy birthday because, again, I have issues around my birthday. So I'm always hesitant to just automatically be like, happy birthday, because I have no idea how you personally feel about it. It's the same when somebody finds out that they're pregnant and stuff, and everyone's like, oh, congratulations, and on it. And it's like, meanwhile, I'm thinking, if I was ever pregnant, oh my God, if somebody did that to me, I'd punch them in the fucking face, because I would despise it. Like, I'd be freaking the fuck out. This is not something I'd want, but it's like the societal norm of like being, oh, this is great news, when it's like, no, no. So since I don't know what everyone's like, it's the same when somebody says, yeah, I separated from my spouse. And it's like, I will ask, is this a good thing before I respond? Because sometimes it's like, oh, best thing ever. And some people are like, oh, my life is over and stuff. So I want to gauge where they're at with it before I congratulate them or give them my condolences. But happy birthday, hopefully, Soul Life. Who will be turning 43. Ah. Oh, I jumped. Where was I? There we are. Well, you're 43 now or 43 in a few hours from now? I don't know. But congratulations on making it that long. Boku, speaking of cats, I had a dream about a cat. A boot a cat. You mocking me Canadian? You're mocking my being Canadian, are you, Boku? Speaking of cats, I had a dream about a cat, a black and white cat last night, and then when I woke up and went on the porch, in real life cat, but not black and white though, was staring at my soul. Then I ran inside and drank my coffee. Soul Life, I wish I knew how important the 30s were, but I'll probably feel the same about the 40s at 50. Live every day. Like, Again, I have a weird thing about age and time and all that sort of stuff, but live the anecdote is what I'll say. You know, live the story. Go out, do it. Just no matter what it is, have a story at the end of it. It could be a bad story, it could be a good story, but do something that gives you a story. And you won't know till you try. And sometimes some of my best stories are pretty shitty stories, but you know, it's an experience. Boku's saying that that is also the most common regret for every human. Looney Tunes, pretty fucking awesome how I'm getting Planned Parenthood ads as well as ads from Palestine organizations. Let's see. I think I'm done talking about ages, though. Like I said, issues. Looney Tunes, best of luck to life to Matt. Hermatologist, I have too many kitties. I once had too many kitties, and I'm not going to get back to that level before. That's for damn sure. I just can't volunteer with another cat rescue. I used to volunteer with a cat rescue, had way too many cats. Most people were letter hat mods, Marigold. However, I was the first. I volunteered. Because he had no mods for his channel, and we were talking behind scenes. And I was like, I could be a mod. Because he didn't know how to ask people. He thought it'd be rude to just ask people. So I'm like, I'll volunteer. So I became the first letter hack mod. And then everyone else did. The Wild West, I was an essential worker, so it was nice when all the buses were empty. Yeah, as somebody who is an introvert, extrovert, it was nice being able to go outside, but not seeing a lot of people. Just gonna scooch through some of this. I still, 43 tomorrow. Boku, it's a respectful boot. Boku will be 48 in 12 days. Well, happy early birthday if I forget, which I will. Oh, Jank is live? Why don't we go raid his channel? I do need to be tuning off. I have a stressful next couple days because, you know, it's the bad news, good news, bad news thing. So bad news was, you know, I had to have people come in here to fix my ceiling. It's fixed now, so that's good. There was a leak happening. And then next week, there are people coming to do like a preventative inspection for bed bugs. And I'm super stressed about that because I don't want some strange man poking around my bedroom, lifting the mattresses and all that, and that's going to happen. And so I've been super duper cleaning up my place because when they had to get to my ceiling, I had to clear out the area. So I got rid of some stuff. And so that was good. And then when I was digging through my closet, I found some pants that were in really good condition, and I need more pants. So that was good. And I tried them on and they fit. And that's the bad news. I've gained weight. So yeah, that's exceedingly problematic for me. So I'm going to have to work extra, extra hard on getting that under control. Because gaining weight will not is the most destructive thing to my mental health. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of people would be watching Jank right now. It'd be funny if I rated Jank and he gave me a shout out, and I would so use that in my TYT essays. Oh, that would be the best. That would be the best. Actually, I have to go back and see if I can find it. I probably recorded it way back when. The only time I ever got, no, there were 2 times I ever got mentioned on any show other than Rebel HQ. And that was when somebody commented about my videos and Jank was like, oh yeah, it's all good. And that was around the time when I knew I was no longer going to be working there. And then when I had my final day, so to say, I got a shout out during commercial break from Jank. That was the only time my channel was plugged on there. It was my last day. Because I didn't necessarily leave on bad terms, but let's just say I slammed that door shut after the birthing person tweet and calling them out. Let me guess, he was talking about Iran. Yeah, I need to be signing off, and I'm working tomorrow on just getting my place cleaned up for tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the next day. And I'm stressing out about that a lot, but at least my place is cleaner than it has been in a while. Has it been 5 hours? Yeah, it's been 5 hours that I've been on here, and I still need to, like, eat dinner. BCAT, I hate when maintenance is in here. Yeah, it's usually okay. They do, like, the biannual. Like, twice a year they come through to check the smoke detectors and pipes and stuff. That's usually not too bad. They're in and out within a couple minutes, but the guy, a strange guy, is going to be going into my bedroom, like removing my mattress and box spring and looking around my bed and in the outlets. Like, literally, they want me to have the outlet panels taken off, and all this other stuff. And I just, because when maintenance comes over for the annual check smoke detectors and pipes and stuff, I can cover up certain things. They're in and out, but this guy is going to be going through shit, and I'm not happy about it. Boku landlords are required to give 30 days notice for anything inside the apartments here, but don't because tenants have no power. We get, like, the minimum is a day, but the landlords here, as far as landlord companies go, the ones that I'm dealing with are fairly decent. So I had, like, 2 weeks notice about the bed bugs, but I only had 1 day's notice about the ceiling because they also knew that I knew that it was to be expected. But things like when the annual or biannual inspections come, they usually give us a week's notice and stuff. So they're good about that. I was right, Looney Tunes. Talking about Iran. He does that a lot. Let me guess, there's no longer a ceasefire, or there was bombing, or there is a ceasefire, and that's new breaking news, and Trump is the greatest because of it. Or he's the worst because he's doing more bombing, and... Anyway, let's do this. So, yeah, if you haven't bought my book yet, buy it, but don't read it. Or if you have it, don't read it. And this will be a collector's edition. And for people who get the new edition, you'll know exactly why. There's certain things in the language and stuff that will be changed for the new edition, which I'm so looking forward to working on right after I'm done the initial draft of my TYT essay, to take a break from it. But if you have read it, keep in mind, nothing in the plot has changed. The plot is the complete same. It's just a whole bunch of little details and stuff are being tweaked all over the place for the prequels and sequels. And because Minuet has been talking to me more lately and letting me in on some things she didn't let me in on before, like the full names of the vampires and things of that sort. So there'll be a lot of little tweaking. So at a bare minimum, if you've already bought the book and stuff and read it, you can shoot me an email and I will send you a PDF that will have all of the changes in it, other than like small grammatical changes anyway. So you'll know what those changes are. I'll break it down by chapter, all that sort of stuff. But also, you can send me proof of purchase, and to cover the cost of shipping is all you'd need to do. And I'll send you a copy of the new edition signed with a gift in it. And the gift being either a personalized pride leaf, like one of these, or the Palestine leaf. If you're not Canadian, deal with it. But if you're not Canadian, you're most likely not going to be doing that offer because shipping across the border can be a little bit more. Anyway, but yeah, like all of this stuff, subscribe. I'm going hopefully try to work on getting a video up on my other channel, Sandy Lovis, about the book destruction that's happening for the AI data centers and whatnot. The way that they're just ripping off the spines and all that sort of stuff. I have stuff to say about it, and that's more appropriate for that channel. Wednesday, tune into this space at 4 p.m. Eastern, and I'll be talking about the Shopify CEO and how he's a horrible piece of shit. Well, he's a CEO, so kind of goes without saying. Yeah, other than that, it's next Sunday should be my next news live stream, barring anything weird coming up. And I'm just going to see if there's anyone live that I am familiar with. Because I like to support others when I can. But again, it's all within boundaries. I need to be familiar with them and all that sort of stuff. And nobody is live right now. Okay. Other than the 24/7 TYT channel. But, Boku, the Palestine leaf is goated, but they're all great. Why, thank you. Thing is that I made a bunch of these because I wanted them, and I was going to the Palestine festival here in my area. I would not feel right selling them, though, because I'm not part of the Palestine community or anything. I wouldn't want the money coming back to me. But these ones I will absolutely sell because I am part of the queer community. So I should bring out more examples of these, like the inclusive one too, which looks really nice. So that with your name on it, my name on that, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so life, I'll be talking about that on my other channel about the books and stuff. BCAT, I hope it goes quickly and painlessly too. It's just, it goes like, I have to be here all day because I don't want to be not here when they're poking around my bedroom. Anyway, I should stop my rambling so I can go and get something to eat for dinner. And I think with all of that, thank you everyone for coming out. Like, subscribe, share. You all know that. You've made it this long. You know the routine. Thank you, mods. Thank you, anyone who has helped out financially. I super duper need it right now, especially because I had to get the new table, which was super pricey. Becoming a member, super chats, all of that is helpful. Buying my book, that helps me out financially, and you get something. But thank you so much to everyone who has helped out financially. I literally could not have made it this long without that support. And your support helps this community survive and thrive. And we need more places like this, not less. So, with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.